I don't have a gavel, so I just had to knock on the table. The committee will come to order. To give our digital team some notice, I'm going to count down from 5 before calling the markup to order, so that wasn't the call to order. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the committee will now come to order. I'll knock again. We are meeting today to consider 6 bills that address critical issues facing our nation. Due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, today's markup is being held remotely. All members will be participating via video conferencing. As part of our markup, microphones will be set on mute for purposes of eliminating inadvertent background noise. You will need to unmute your microphone each time you wish to speak. I was just handed a gavel. I now have a gavel. Additionally, I ask that you use the raise hand feature of the software platform when you wish to be recognized, including to give an opening statement or to offer an amendment. After you are recognized to speak, please use the lower hand feature of the software platform so that I know that you no longer seek recognition. But if for some reason that doesn't work and you want to be recognized, you can wave your hand or do something, because I don't want to miss anybody because they don't know how to use the feature. So during voice votes, you will need to unmute yourself so that we can hear your response. If you would like to request a recorded vote, please do so immediately after you respond to the voice vote. During recorded votes, you will need to unmute yourself to respond to the clerk once your name is called. In responding to the clerk, I ask that instead of just saying aye or nay, that you respond with a phrase like Frank Pallone from New Jersey votes aye. We just are doing that because it provides additional time for the voting member to be identified and made visible on the platform. So don't just say aye or nay, say Anna Eshu from California votes aye, that type of thing, okay? Amendments and motions should be sent to Chloe Rodriguez and Perry Hamilton, and documents for the record to Ed Kazmarski at the email addresses we have provided to staff. All documents will be entered into the record at the conclusion of the markup. So I'm now going to recognize myself for 3 minutes. Again, the full committee and the subcommittee chairs that have bills up today and the ranking members of the full committee and those subcommittees will have 3 minutes for an opening statement. All the other members will have 1 minute if they choose to do so. So I'll start by recognizing myself for an opening statement on the 3 bills. Today, the committee is continuing its work to combat climate change, improve energy, cybersecurity, and protect consumers. First, we will consider HJ Res 34, a joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval of the Trump Environmental Protection Agency's 2020 methane rescission rule. The Trump EPA action removed direct federal limits on methane pollution from new and modified oil and gas facilities. The oil and gas sector is the largest industrial emitter of methane, a potent climate-disrupting greenhouse gas. Methane is responsible for approximately 1/3 of the planet's warming and resulting climate disruption. Under the Clean Air Act, EPA has a responsibility to protect public health from dangerous climate pollution like methane. Effectively mitigating climate change and avoiding the worst climate endangerment requires strong methane pollution standards for both new and existing oil and gas sources. But because of the Trump rescission rule, there are now no clean air protections in place to curb dangerous methane pollution from the U.S. oil and gas sector. The Trump rescission rule was a thinly veiled attempt to limit regulation of the oil and gas industry at the expense of our health, our safety, and our planet at a time when these protections, I think, are needed more than ever. And it was such an outrageous overreach that it was opposed by not only environmentalists, but also by many in the fossil fuel industry. Favorably reporting HJ Res 34 today soundly rejects and nullifies, in my opinion, one of the most egregious environmental rollbacks of the Trump EPA, would restore the robust clean air pollution standards established in 2012 and 2016, and clears the path for stronger protections in the future. Second set of bills are on cybersecurity, 4 bipartisan energy cybersecurity bills. Members of the committee have worked together on these bills for many Congresses, and I hope this year we'll finally enact them into law. After all, cyber threats to the U.S. energy system have only increased in recent years, culminating with the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack last month. These bills will bolster the cybersecurity of our energy system. And finally, we'll consider what I consider an urgently needed bill to protect consumers and ensure lawbreakers do not get to profit from fraud, scams, and other illegal conduct. HR 2668, the Consumer Protection and Recovery Act, Coney Cardenas's bill, would restore the Federal Trade Commission's authority under Section 13B of the FTC Act to go to court to get victimized consumers and businesses their money back. Action is needed now after the Supreme Court gutted this authority earlier this year. We must protect consumers and ensure the FTC remains the premier consumer protection agency in the world. So all these bills, I think, are important to protect our safety, security, and well-being. And with that, I would now yield to Ms. Rogers, the ranking member, for an opening statement.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Hi.
Good morning, members of the Energy and Commerce Committee. I'm sitting here in Spokane, Washington, joining this markup, and I'm very disappointed. I'm frustrated, and I'm asking, why are we still doing 100% virtual work? The science is clear. The CDC guidance allows us to be in person. We're voting on the floor in person. The White House is holding in-person events with Democrat members of this committee and is holding daily press briefings in person. States across America are open with no restrictions because they're following the CDC guidance. Can the members who insist on keeping energy and commerce closed really tell us why we're locked down at home when their states are open? No. I'm almost certain that they're following the science, visiting friends and family indoors without masks and social distance, doing in-person events in their districts indoors without masks and social distance, dining inside a restaurant at 100% capacity, maybe even planning a vacation to London after President Biden committed to reopening travel to the UK just yesterday. Why? Because the CDC says it's safe. I'm asking you to follow the same standards and reopen this committee. We're doing a disservice for the citizens we were elected to represent. They're returning to work, so why do we think that we should be any different? What's the plan for opening the Energy and Commerce Committee? It's safe. Again, President Biden's CDC guidance allows for it. Energy and Commerce is in charge of public health. We should be leading by example, not promoting more fear and being anti-science. I'm heartbroken, and I'm really concerned about the damage this will have on the Energy and Commerce Committee. Surely we all remember that we're the best committee on Capitol Hill. We pride ourselves in attracting the members that are eager to do the hard work necessary to legislate and deliver results. Virtual work is eroding this. It's contributing to the polarization of Congress, and it's damaging the culture of this committee. We should be engaging in the most important debates of our time and doing the people's work. That is our rich history on the Energy and Commerce Committee. And it's not happening behind computer screens when we're muted and miles apart. Let's end this virtual charade and let's reopen. Let's reopen. We're duly elected to serve, and it's an abuse of power to keep us effectively from doing our jobs so that the majority can maintain command and control. I urge you to reopen. It's time. It's time that Energy and Commerce Democrats follow this science. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mrs. Rogers. I'm just going to say I disagree with you about the in-person and move on. I recognize now Mr. Rush, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Energy, for 3 minutes for an opening statement. I think he's muted. Bobby?
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's meeting presents an opportunity to advance pieces of legislation that will support the federal government's response to a variety of looming and pressing challenges. Among these challenges is the resiliency, reliability, and security of our energy system, especially in the face of bad actors. In the wake of the recent Colonial Pipeline crisis, Our committee has demonstrated its steadfast and bipartisan commitment to move legislation that will confront cyber and physical security vulnerabilities within our energy system. This is illustrated by my bill, HR 3119, the Energy Emergency Leadership Act, which is co-led by my friend and colleague, Congressman Wahlberg. Through this legislation, a new Department of Energy Assistant Secretary position with jurisdiction over all energy and security functions will be created. I'm also proud to join Ranking Member Upton, Chairman Pallone, and Ranking Member McMorris-Rogers in introducing HR 3078, the Pipeline and LNG Facility Cybersecurity Preparedness Act, which will create a program at DOE to improve the physical and cybersecurity pipelines and related facilities. There's little debate on this bill because this bill is really a good bill that will improve our nation's cybersecurity. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Next, I would recognize Mr. Upton, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Energy, for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know that we have worked well together for a lot of years, and I know that you understand the benefits for the committee to conduct these markups in person. And the discussions that we've had deliberating the bills in person indeed improve our work, and I hope that we can return to our normal practices as soon as we can. We're all tired of this Hollywood Square approach. Looking at 50-some members on a couple of different screens is pretty crazy. We're all honorable men and women, and we prescribe to a lot of different honor codes. And you know, in the last 24 hours, I've been to a lot of different events. I've been to a Costco. I just returned from a major supermarket, Harding's. I've been to the post office. I've been to a major university. I've seen hundreds of people in the last 24 hours. And tomorrow, I'm going to be sitting in right field in the Wrigley Field bleachers, 40-some thousand people against the Cardinals. If you've been vaccinated, the word is you don't need a mask. Most of us have been vaccinated. You ought to accept the honor code, and if we've been vaccinated, allow us to be there in person to conduct this important business. Now, turning to that business, let me note that I do bringing up 4 different bipartisan bills this morning. These are necessary to strengthen the nation's energy security. No, these are not new bills. We moved them through the committee in the past, and 3 of the bills, HR 2928, 3078, and 3119, were passed by the House under suspension last fall. We've got a good record to back up why all of these 4 bills are important, extending over the many years of the committee oversight of the energy sector and Department of Energy responsibilities. The bills build on our substantive work to modernize the DOE's core emergency authorities, which are to ensure the reliable supply of energy and power, especially when people need it most. The supply of fuels and electricity in this nation involves one of the most advanced and complex energy infrastructures in the world. This includes an extensive system for storing and transporting fuels and refined products. It includes a vast, complex electricity system to deliver uninterrupted power from the producers of power to consumers. These systems for generating, storing, transmitting, and delivering the fuels and the power continue to become more interconnected and complex, far more complex than what DOE was first organized to address energy securities in the late 70s. So we've done good work in recent years and to make sure DOE's authorities match its evolving responsibilities over the energy sector. These bills build on that work. They help DOE carry out its responsibilities. And it's important to note that they do not take important authorities and other agencies over critical infrastructures. So, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to seeing these bills move. And again, I look forward to seeing you in person as early as next week. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Upton, and thank you for your input on these bills that we have today. Next, I recognize Mrs. Schakowsky, Chair of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today, this committee will mark up my subcommittee vice chair's Cardenas's bill, the Consumer Protection and Recovery Act. This legislation is urgently needed to ensure that the Federal Trade Commission can protect consumers by putting money back in their pocket, back in the pockets of victims of fraud and scams and other illegal activity. This is exactly what Congress originally intended and what the people really need. The authority under Section 13B of the Federal Trade Commission Act has been the FTC's most effective law enforcement tool over 40 years. Since 2018 alone, the FTC has used its 13B authority to recover $1.2 billion for consumers. Nearly half of that has gone to the states of my Republican colleagues. Just a few examples, that includes over $100 million dollars recovered for the Texas consumers, over $81 million for Florida consumers, $49 million for Pennsylvania, and $30 million back in the pockets of Michigan consumers. Unfortunately, this authority was stripped away from the FTC just a month ago, a decision by the United States Supreme Court. And so only criminals and scammers really benefit from this decision while consumers lose. We are here today to right that wrong. For decades, the FTC used Section 13B to recover billions of dollars for millions of consumers in a wide variety of cases, including telecommunications fraud, securities and privacy, and anti-competitive pharmaceutical prices, scams that target seniors and veterans and deprive consumers of their rights. Under this, under Section 13B, companies that scam consumers not only have to stop doing the wrong thing, but they have to put money back in the pockets of consumers and make them whole. And so we must provide the FTC the means to quickly make consumers whole. They deserve better than leaving them in victimhood. This is not a partisan, I really want to stress this, not a partisan issue. This is simply an issue of protecting Americans from fraud and abuse. And lawbreakers must pay, literally pay, what they owe. And I hope that my colleagues will join with us in order to quickly approve this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Schakowsky. I'm going to go through the subcommittee chairs and ranking members for the 3 minutes. But those of you who want to follow and do a 1-minute opening, just a reminder that you should raise your hand electronically so that we can get to you. So next is Mr. Bilirakis, ranking member of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Commerce, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. 2 weeks ago, the Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee held its first virtual markup this Congress. Unfortunately, it was very challenging with unnecessary confusion instead of sincere collaboration because of the technical difficulties. These screens are keeping us divided, and I know we could better resolve our differences if we met here in person. As I mentioned in that markup, we are missing a great opportunity to enact privacy legislation. And Chair Schakowsky, I understand you would like to begin privacy roundtable soon. I really appreciate your seriousness to work on that issue and remain eager to learn more about the process. And we've already had one roundtable. which I feel was very productive with regard to privacy. However, if we fail to set a goal to hold these hearings and markups, our committee will drop the ball again this Congress. We don't want that. Mr. Cardenas, when you first announced your goal to introduce this legislation to expand Section 13B of the FTC Act, I hope to work in a bipartisan manner with you. Sadly, this has not been the case so far. The majority's process moving HR 2668 forward has turned a real chance to enact bipartisan legislation into broken promises. During our legislative hearing, the full slate of FTC commissioners was excluded from sharing their viewpoints to improve the legislation despite it happening in the Senate. Prior to the hearing, Republicans introduced much needed legislation with hopes of being included in broader conversation to enact FTC reforms, but each was rejected. This bill was pushed to its subcommittee markup without a good faith effort to address real concerns. We were given less than a week's notice on a late Friday night that this bill would be marked up in subcommittee. And just before we received incomplete answers to a letter sent to the DOJ and a seemingly coordinated response to our questions for the record from FTC Acting Chair Slaughter shortly thereafter. It seems as though the fix has been in from the start. That's the way I see it. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, just 38 hours ago, we learned secondhand this bill would be on the markup today. To my Democratic colleagues, we all want to protect consumers, but this is not how this committee should operate. I will offer an amendment today that we believe is a fair and equitable compromise to protect consumers. I remain sincere and hopeful we can work together. So let's end this partisanship. Let's open the doors to 2123 Rayburn, and let's get back to doing good work for the American people together. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Bilirakis. Next, I recognize Mr. Tonko, Chairman of the Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change, for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman Pallone. You can hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for moving so much legislation forward. Today, we will consider one resolution, HJ Res 34, referred to the Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change. Methane is a potent greenhouse gas with a global warming potential 84 times worse than carbon dioxide over a 20-year period. We know, indeed, how critical it is to address methane to achieve our climate targets. It is why EPA had taken good, well-supported steps previously to reduce methane emissions and other harmful air pollution from the oil and gas sector. HJ Res 34 is a resolution of disapproval for the Trump administration's 2020 rescission rule. If enacted, it would reinstate the pollution reduction requirements that were part of the established efforts in 2012 and 2016. A companion resolution has already passed in the Senate with bipartisan support. And the resolution has support from a diverse coalition of stakeholders. I do want to thank Representatives DeGette and Peters for their work on this resolution and their multi-year efforts of curbing methane pollution. I believe this is a very important bit of our achieving our climate goals and decarbonizing our environment. I encourage members to support this resolution. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Tonko. So I next recognize Mr. McKinley, Ranking Member of the Subcommittee on Environment and Climate Change, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're here today once again virtually, but in more than one sense of the word. There has been no customary legislative process for the majority of these bills in this Congress. We may have had markups or hearings in previous Congresses, but this is a new Congress, and we have 13 new members on the committee. That's nearly a quarter of our membership. And we are still, once again, not meeting in person. Our Senate counterparts have managed to do it. The CDC has released guidelines. Now, so let me just digress for a minute. On Monday afternoon, members of the Environmental Subcommittee are holding a bipartisan, in-person forum on the threat of rising energy prices. It's in the Gold Room. No mask required. You've prohibited us from using either of our committee rooms. What difference does 2 floors make? Now, so let me turn to today's bills. I have a serious concern about the resolution before us. The resolution is not about reducing methane emissions. It's about furthering regulating fossil fuels out of existence. Even the EPA has said this resolution, clearly clears the path for EPA to promulgate even stronger standards, close quote. Even though methane emissions from the oil and gas sector have paled in comparison to other energy activities. In fact, in recent years, methane emissions from oil and gas have dropped by 15% in the United States, while natural gas production has doubled, even more without more regulations. The private sector is doing its part. So, Mr. Chairman, this is nothing but a political solution in search of a problem. States are adequately regulating these emissions, and overturning this rule will increase costs, hurting smaller independent operations and the livelihoods they support. They shouldn't be collateral damage. Is that really, Mr. Chairman, is this really what America wants? Higher prices and lost jobs? Is this what you call environmental justice? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thanks, Mr. McKinley. These are the people. Okay, I'm sorry. I guess some people weren't able to raise their hands electronically. But anyway, as I said, we're going to do 1 minute now, opening statements for anybody who wants to. Some members have raised their hand electronically. Please do so. And if you can't, wave or something. So the first one is Ms. Eshu of California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, colleagues. First, I want to say that I support the bills that are before us, and I just want to say a few words about the FTC bill. The Supreme Court asked for the Congress to clarify, and that's what this legislation does. Every single one of us have listened to constituents in town hall meetings, letters that they sent to us, emails of how they have been scammed. And so I don't even think, this is not partisan. Bipartisanship is wonderful. This is nonpartisan. If you look at the list, every single state, every single congressional district, our constituents have been impacted by this. So I think this clarification is not only a good one, I think it's absolutely necessary. Who wants to go home and say, I stood in the way of you being, your funds being restored? That doesn't make sense. And my Republican colleagues, our Republican colleagues have raised over and over again, meeting virtually. As one member of the committee, I really want to know if everyone is vaccinated and that all of the staff is vaccinated. If that can be established, I think that that would be very important. This virus is a killer. And we can't just take for granted, I'm not going to take for granted sitting in closed quarters that some people are vaccinated and others aren't. I know it's sensitive, but because you're raising it, I want you to know how I view it. So I think that I've used up my time and I yield back, and I thank the chairman for recognizing me.
Thank you, Ms. Eshu. So I have only 2 more people that have asked for an opening, and that's Mike Burgess and Bill Johnson. So we'll go to Mike Burgess now for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I have an opening statement I'll submit for the record. I'll post it on appropriate social media because I'm sure everyone wants to read it. But I do feel it's important to add my voice to those who have already made statements about this fact that we're meeting virtually for a markup. I mean, it's one thing to meet virtually for a hearing, but a markup is a different situation. And we should be gathered in one room. I respect the people who've raised concerns about, I can't know that everyone is vaccinated, but look, the CDC said, I'm vaccinated, you're vaccinated, we're good. The person who's at risk is the person who's not vaccinated. So let's make an N95 mask available to them, a face shield available to them, a gown if they so desire, but we should be back in the hearing room, having these hearings real time, face to face. There are things that you miss if you are not able to be physically present during the time of a markup, the ability to provide additional input, to provide for staff additional input on it. This is something that we are missing by these virtual markups. It's time for us to get back to normal. If we believe in the vaccines, let's act like it. I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. So now I do have Peter Welch and then Bill Johnson. Peter, gentleman from Vermont is recognized for 1 minute.
Thanks, Frank. I'm not quite sure how I got on the list. I'm happy to listen to my colleagues, but I look forward to making progress on this important hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Bill Johnson recognized for 1 minute. Gentleman from Ohio.
Well, thank you, Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member Rogers. Having spent over 40 years in information technology, I understand how critically important cybersecurity is. As we become more reliant on technology, even more so during the pandemic, our networks become more and more susceptible to cyber attacks by criminals and hostile nations. The cyber attack on the Colonial Pipeline is an alarming example of the vulnerabilities in America's critical infrastructure. The ability of our adversaries to threaten our national security and harm our economy is very real. Unfortunately, the attack on the Colonial Pipeline isn't the only example. Dozens of government agencies, a Florida City's water supply, and ferry services off of Cape Cod have all been victims to the sharp rise in recent cyber attacks. It's past time that we act to protect our critical infrastructure, our energy grid, our pipelines, and resources that produce fuel for our power generation. This committee has passed 3 bipartisan cybersecurity bills to protect America's pipelines multiple times, and I'm hopeful we can do so again today. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer had his hand up. Recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to associate myself with Ranking Member Morris Rogers and the others about the need to meet in person, and would like to make a motion that the committee majority provide in writing the scientific basis for not allowing us to meet in person. I will make this request in writing to the chairman. I'd also like to ask that if every Democrat member of the committee has been vaccinated, that they at least be willing to meet with those of us who have been vaccinated and to meet in person. And with that, I yield back.
All right. Rather than entertain that motion now, let's get through the opening statements and then we'll go to it. Does anyone else? I don't have anybody else who's asked for to make an opening statement. All right. So, Mr. Palmer, would you mind, instead of making a motion that, I mean, I can either, look, I can state now why I disagree with Mrs. Rogers, or I can, give you something in writing. I mean, why don't I just explain now and maybe that'll satisfy you. If not, I can.
I would prefer that you do it in writing. I mean, this is an egregious assault on representative government.
All right. That's
an abuse of power, and I would like to have it in writing.
I've talked to Mrs. Rogers, and I would certainly be willing to discuss it further. And if you want me to put something in writing, I gladly will. If I don't even know if the motion's in order, but I'd be willing to do it if that's all right. And if you withdraw your motion, I'll send you something in writing next.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman Burgess here, if I could. As you know, I've sent a letter to the speaker on this very issue. I've asked you, Chairman McGovern, Chairman Yarmouth, as the chair of of the various committees on which I sit to help me with the Speaker's office. I've gotten no response out of the Speaker's office. And as you're providing a written response to Mr. Palmer, I would also like a response to the letters that I've sent you, if that wouldn't be too much to ask.
Yeah, I am not aware of it, but is it on the same topic, Dr. Burgess?
Yeah, as you know, we wrote.
No, I'll respond to Mr. Palmer's request and send it to everyone on the committee, not just him. I'll respond to what he said and put it in writing to all of you.
I'd appreciate you bringing up with the Speaker as well, which was the.
Well, the Speaker, I'm not aware of what you've done with the Speaker, but I'd be more than willing to.
Your staff has several copies of the letter, I assure you.
Well, I'll take a look at the Speaker's letter, but I'll just explain why I've told Mrs. Rogers, but I'll explain in writing why I don't want to have the in-person hearings yet. Now, does this indicate there are two more members that want to do openings?
They might be having trouble raising their hand.
Are Mr. McNerney and Mr. Crenshaw, you both would like to do an opening? Is that correct? All right, then we'll go to Mr. McNerney. Is recognized for 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll be considering two grid security bills today that my friend and co-chair of the Grid Innovation Caucus, Bob Latta, and I have been working on for a long time, HR 2931, the Enhancing Grid Security Through Public-Private Partnership Act, and 2928, the CyberSense Act. These are important bills. They'll make a difference. The growing cyber threats and recent have highlighted the need and urgency to do this. Today, we'll also be considering legislation to reverse the Trump administration's rescission rule. This rule's deregulation of the methane emission marked a significant retreat in combating climate change, and it's absolutely critical that we reverse this harmful rule. And lastly, we need to move quickly to restore the Federal Trade Commission's authority to go after those who have stolen money from consumers and to get this money back to consumers. This is especially important for districts like mine, where many are struggling to pay rent and put food on the tables. Consumers who have been defrauded deserve to get their money back. We need to give the Federal Trade Commission authority to do this. Thank you. I yield back.
Frank, you're muted.
I had a request for 1 minute from Mr. Crenshaw of Texas. Is recognized for 1 minute.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. My staff must have jumped the gun on that one. But I'll be very brief. I just want to echo the comments of everyone else. The science says, the CDC says we can meet in person. If you're vaccinated, you're safe. You don't need to know everybody else's medical history. That's an infringement on their privacy. And you're safe. Everybody is safe. And I know that everybody's going back home and meeting with lots of other people in person. Everybody knows this. America is doing it. We should show that leadership. Unfortunately, we haven't. We'd be leading from behind at this point. But look, these are complicated discussions, and we should be meeting in person to have those discussions. And if we don't believe the CDC's scientific method, we have jurisdiction over them. We should drag them in front of the committee and question their scientific method if we don't believe that what they're saying is correct. So I'll leave it at that and look forward to hopefully a productive markup.
Thank you. And I also have a request from Morgan Griffith. The gentleman is recognized. Mr. Griffith for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. And I just wanted to add, I've been coming to most of the meetings. I know I live closer than some, but I've done most of it from here in the committee room. That's why I had my mask on, trying to follow the rules and all that. But I don't mind sharing that I've been vaccinated, but I agree with Mr. Crenshaw that the real, and Dr. Burgess, the real danger is if somebody is not vaccinated and they come in contact with somebody. For those of us that are vaccinated, there's no problem. And I just wish we'd get back because we can do much better business. I miss in the committee meetings talking to my Democrat colleagues and trying to smooth out problems before they erupt. And we're just not able to do that. And we're not as effective doing our jobs for the American people when we're not all in the room together, wherever it is, the gold room, here in the committee room, or somewhere else. And I yield back. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Now that I have no more requests for opening statements. Mr. Duncan is recognized for 1 minute, and then Mr. Pence. Mr.
Did you
Duncan?
recognize me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, for 1 minute.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, I really appreciate the continued request to meet in person. I do look forward to seeing both my Republican and Democratic colleagues much more often than we do today under these circumstances. However, I personally have witnessed members of this committee literally get in the face of other members over this issue of wearing a mask or not, etc. When you look at that issue in and of itself, which sounds a little simple and a little ridiculous that people would actually do such a thing, that's what makes it very difficult for us to meet in person. It's not the science at this moment that is keeping us from meeting in person. It's the fact that we live in America and we cannot and will not be requiring people to tell us whether they've been vaccinated. For example, there may be a member of committee, Republican or Democrat, who would love to get vaccinated, but for medical reasons, they have not. And for them to have to divulge that publicly or what have you, and then perhaps get into why they haven't been able to do that, that's an issue. So the fact of the matter is, in a perfect world, we could have 100% compliance of all members and all staff. But the fact that there may be an exception and people have rights and liberties in this country, that's what makes it incredibly difficult for us to do so today. I hope that we can do it soon, and I'm sure that the chairman and the speaker and the House position, et cetera, are doing everything that they can to give us the best advice possible so that we can respect and protect every single individual the best we can. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I went over my time.
Thank you. So I still have Mr. Pence and Mr. Duncan requests. So we'll recognize, based on seniority, Mr. Pence of Indiana for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we keep talking about whether we would hold an in-person committee hearing, and I have a question, but maybe just a point. Can't we have a hybrid where those that are uncomfortable or concerned about their health or the health of others, they could Zoom it in, while those that feel good, feel that they're okay to come in, are vaccinated, and they could attend in the appropriate numbers in the committee? Is there a reason we can't consider hybrid?
Mr. Pence, I do not want to do the in-person, which would be necessary for hybrid. And since Mr. Palmer has asked me to put it in writing, let me just do that in the next 24 hours, and then you'll all see the reason. But at this point, I don't want to. I don't think we should go back to in-person or hybrid.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield.
And thank you. And so next I have Mr. Duncan of South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, states are opening up. As you heard Fred Upton say, ballparks are opening up, concerts are happening, folks are gathering. And I asked my Democrat colleagues, why did you get vaccinated? You got vaccinated because you did not want to get exposed or catch the virus should you get exposed. And there's no reason we can't meet in person because you're vaccinated and I'm vaccinated. I'm not worried about catching the virus because I believe in the vaccine. And if I have concerns, or if you have concerns, wear a mask. Why are we wearing masks? So that if we're exposed to the virus, we don't catch it. Or if we happen to have the virus, we don't transmit it. Wear a mask, but if you're vaccinated, let's get back together, Mr. Chairman. Virtual hearings, Zoom meetings, they're getting old. And we can be more effective. We're supposed to be leaders in the United States Congress. States are opening up, churches are opening up, colleges, universities are opening up. Everyone except the United States House of Representatives under Speaker Pelosi and your leadership, Mr. Chairman, are not opening up. And it's time for us to get back in person. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to make an opening statement? All right, now I would ask those of you who raised your hand electronically to lower it electronically so I don't get confused, if that's all right. Lower your hand.
Chairman?
Who's that?
This is Kim Schreier.
Yes.
I would just love to comment for a moment about the
I
whole.
just recognize the gentlewoman for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just love to comment just for a moment about the CDC guidance, because the CDC guidance is not everything is safe, open up, if you're vaccinated, you're safe. You're safe in in an enclosed place if people who are not vaccinated wear masks. And there's a fundamental problem with trust in the Congress, trust in the country about whether people who are not vaccinated are in good faith going to wear masks. That includes staff, that includes members of Congress. There are new variants circulating. And I think that, if we had that trust, we could have a different conversation. But no vaccine is 100% effective. In fact, with the Delta virus, we're looking at down in the 70s. And I just think that we need to build that trust in our colleagues that if they are not vaccinated, they wear masks. And I think many of us simply don't feel that faith. I too look forward to being in person. I can see a hybrid model. There's many ways to do this, but I would ask for some evidence that there can be trust.
I thank the gentlewoman. Anyone else would like to make an opening statement? Otherwise, I'm going to move on.
Mr. Chairman,
Who's that?
Representative Soto.
Oh, yeah, Darren. Yes, you're recognized for 1 minute. The gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this amazing confidence we have in our vaccines, bipartisan confidence. And I hope all of you will go back to your districts to convince constituents who are hesitant to take the vaccine, to take this newfound confidence and help get America vaccinated. And I appreciate the promise from our colleagues across the aisle that you're all going to get vaccinated too. And if not, what are you talking about? Thanks so much.
So everyone whose hand is up has spoken. So please take your hand down once you've spoken. And I don't see any others who are requesting to speak. So pursuant to committee rules, members' written opening statements shall be made part of the record. Please submit written opening statements electronically to the email address we have provided. And now we're going to start consideration of the first bill, which is the methane bill. At this time, the chair calls up HJ Res 34, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of a rule submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to oil and natural gas sector emission standards for new, reconstructed, and modified sources review. And the clerk will report the title of that bill.
HJ Res 34, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of...
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the first...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I object to the suspension of the reading of the bill.
You want the bill read in its entirety, Dr. Burgess?
Yeah, it's not a very long bill. It significantly affects the economy of this country. The economy of this country is not going in the right direction, and I think the American people need to know what we're voting on.
All right, the clerk will continue to read.
HJ Res 34, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of a rule submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to oil and natural gas sector, emission standards for new, reconstructed, and modified sources review. In the House of Representatives, March 26, 2021, Ms. Degat, for herself, Mr. Peters, Mr. Lamb, Ms. Bergan, Mr. Blumenauer, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Caston, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Connolly, Mr. Cooper, Mr. DeFazio, Ms. Escobar, Mr. Espaillat, Mr. Grijalva, Mr. Huffman, Mr. Khanna, Ms. Custer, Ms. McCollum, Ms. Moore of Wisconsin, Ms. Norton, Mr. Pappas, Mr. Quigley, Mr. Raskin, Mr. Sires, Ms. Velasquez, Mr. Welch, Mr. Hastings, Mr. Lowenthal, and Ms. Lee of California submitted the following joint resolution, which was referred to the Committee on Energy and Commerce. Joint resolution, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of a rule submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to oil and natural gas sector, emission standards for new, reconstructed, and modified sources review. Resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that Congress disapproves the rule submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to oil and natural gas sector, emission standards for new, reconstructed, and modified sources review. published at 85 Federal Register 57018, September 14th, 2020, and such rule shall have no force or effect.
So the bill is read and open for amendment at any point. Are there any members seeking?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I forgot to.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Ms. DeGette?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word on the bill.
All right, and then did I also hear the ranking member ask to strike the last word? Okay, Ms. DeGette, go ahead.
Okay.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for including HJ Res 34 in today's markup. And I also want to thank Representatives Peters, Lamb, and all the members who the clerk's name just read for joining me in spearheading this important effort. Climate change is an existential threat to our planet. And what climate scientists around the world are telling us is if we don't act fast, it could soon be too late to stave off the worst effects of this crisis. One of the most important things we can do right now is to reduce the amount of methane that's being released into our atmosphere. And that's exactly what HJ Res 34 does. It restores the methane waste prevention requirements that were put into place by the Obama administration in 2016. The methane is a highly potent greenhouse gas, as we all know. In fact, when it's released into the atmosphere, it becomes about 84 times more potent than carbon dioxide. Methane is often accompanied by other volatile organic compounds and pollutants that cause respiratory damage, birth defects, and even cancer. And in 2018, the oil and gas industry was the largest industrial source of methane pollution in the United States. When the Trump administration rolled back the 2016 regulations, which required the companies to reduce methane emissions from their sites, they put both the public health and our environment at risk. And if allowed to stand, the Trump administration's rule would increase our nation's methane emissions by nearly 1.6 million tons by 2025. Let me say this again. If the Trump rule stands, it's going to increase the methane emissions by nearly 1.6 million tons in just a few years. The previous administration's actions in rolling back these rules were so egregious that even major natural gas producers and consumers, the very businesses that might benefit the most from these rollbacks, spoke out against them and in support of methane regulation, like the rules that we're seeking to restore today. And Mr. Chairman, I have several letters that and statements by some of the nation's biggest oil and gas companies in support of methane regulation, including Exxon, Occidental Petroleum, BP, Shell, and Equinor, as well as the Edison Electric Institute, which represents an industry that accounts for about 1/3 of the nation's demand for natural gas. All of these companies oppose the Trump rollback. And the reason they do is because they understand what so many of us on this panel know and what so many people across the country have come to understand. If we're going to get serious about ending the climate crisis, we have to get serious about preventing methane waste and pollution in our atmosphere. And Mr. Chairman, I'd ask unanimous consent to put into the record letters from Equinor, from BP, and also a compendium of energy companies supporting federal methane regulations that has been provided to the minority.
We have those letters, is what you're saying. So without objections, so ordered.
Thank you so much. HRES 34 will undo the previous administration's dangerous rollback of our nation's methane standards and restore the EPA's methane waste prevention requirements that will better help protect the health and resources of the American people. And again, I want to thank you for considering this important legislation as part of today's markup and yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member, Mrs. Rogers, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that consideration of HJ Res 34 be postponed until June 14th, 2021.
I was hoping that we could get through the the opening statements before we did the motions. Is that okay with you, or you want to go?
Yes, I can do that.
All right, let's do that, and then we'll go to your motion.
Okay.
So, go ahead. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Oh.
If you want to strike the last word, this is to strike the last word on the bill.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Biden administration is waging a war on American energy. We saw the ramifications of it yesterday with the news that the Keystone XL pipeline developer announced the permanent termination of the project. And this is a cutting-edge, modern, first-ever renewable pipeline. And this methane resolution is another attack on American energy, millions of jobs created across the country. Thanks to the shale revolution, the U.S. has become the world's leading producer of oil and natural gas and a net exporter. This was the goal when President Jimmy Carter, created the Department of Energy in the 1970s. It was to make us energy independent, to lift our dependence upon Middle Eastern oil. It was recognized how important it was that America not be dependent upon other countries for important energy. President Biden's policies, like canceling the Keystone XL pipeline and drilling on public lands, prohibiting drilling on public lands, are only crushing jobs and raising prices. Energy reliability, energy affordability is on the line. In just a few months, the Biden administration, gasoline prices have begun surging upwards, back to the President Obama era heights of above $3. Actually, in Washington state, I've seen over $4 pretty regularly. The United States also has lost our net importer status, and we're facing a growing reliance upon other countries for importing important energy. This partisan resolution is also an attack on states and the principles of cooperative federalism. Methane is already regulated by the states, and additional EPA methane regulations are redundant. Methane is already captured by pollution controls for VOCs, and oil and gas producing states have effective methane regulations in place. This resolution is just the tip of the iceberg. It's going to lead to more backroom regulations spanning the entire range of America's domestic manufacturing industries. President Biden's statement of administration policy in the resolution says it all. Quote, the resolution will clear the pathway for EPA to promulgate even stronger standards under Section 111 of the Clean Air Act. EPA should use this resolution to regulate any of the 70 plus source categories already under the Clean Air Act under Section 111 list, including manufacturing, chemicals, paper, metals, and many others. These are the kind of regulations that harm America's jobs, America's competitiveness, American manufacturing. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this resolution. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. We'll go to a Democrat. I have Mr. Cardenas, 5 minutes to strike the last word. Or is you left over from the previous? All right. Well, if anyone who had their hand up before and doesn't want to speak, please lower their hand. I have Scott Peters is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
It's recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for hosting this markup. And we need to address methane emissions for several reasons, and I just want to focus on 3 in my time here. First, controlling methane is the single most important step we can take today to combat the climate crisis. That's because methane is a superpollutant more than 80 times as potent as carbon dioxide and is responsible for about 25% of the man-made warming we experience today. My Republican colleagues never miss a chance to point out that the natural gas revolution has contributed to our historic energy independence and has cut our carbon dioxide emissions from energy productions. But they're right, but there's still a problem, and that problem is fugitive methane emissions. While burning natural gas produces 40% lower carbon dioxide emissions than burning coal, almost all that benefit is wiped out if fugitive methane leaks persist, even at a low level. Put simply, to reap the climate benefits of natural gas, you have to address methane. Second, controlling methane emissions is critical to the economic competitiveness of the U.S. gas industry. That's why so many of them support rescinding the Trump actions. Last year, the French government blocked a power utility in France from signing a $7 billion 20-year contract to buy LNG from a facility in Brownsville, citing concerns that U.S. natural gas is too dirty. I understand oil and gas are not going away tomorrow, and I understand the important role the industry plays in supplying us with reliability and economic opportunity, and that for many U.S. communities, the industry isn't just an economic feature, but also a cultural one. However, world markets and domestic politics and the planet itself will not tolerate natural gas as a so-called bridge fuel unless the industry can prove with real credibility and transparency that it has fixed its methane challenge. U.S. gas can be the cleanest in the world, but a workable, durable, and effective regulatory environment has to facilitate that. Third, U.S. companies can lead the world in developing technologies to monitor and reduce methane emissions. Small businesses currently comprise 2/3 of the methane mitigation industry, and these companies represent the best of American innovation, creating economic opportunity and tackling global challenges at the same time. I thank Ms. DeGette for her leadership in bringing forward this resolution of disapproval. This is a critical first step to properly address methane emissions. However, I would be remiss to emphasize that our work is just getting started. We have to work together, Republicans, Democrats, the administration, industry, and environmental groups, and many others, to develop a new, ambitious, and long-term federal framework for reducing methane emissions. The framework should be based on the latest science, minimize costs for industry, and incentivize technological innovation. On Earth Day, I introduced the Methane Act, which I believe fits this framework. My bill would provide a durable foundation for the EPA to use performance-based standards and robust emissions measurement, reporting, and verification requirements to achieve ambitious methane emissions reductions, establish U.S. leadership internationally, and provide businesses with regulatory certainty and flexibility to innovate. My hope is for a bipartisan, bicameral coalition around this bill and to work with all the relevant stakeholders to make necessary tweaks to meet our common goals. And that said, I'm proud to be a co-lead on the resolution we're marking up today, and I'm glad we're taking an important first step for reducing methane emissions. It's critical. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Next, I have Dr. Burgess. Move to strike the last word. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask permission, unanimous consent to strike the last word.
So, gentleman is recognized.
This move to strike the joint resolution to strike the Environmental Protection Agency review under the Trump administration is a continuing effort on the Democratic side to undo all things Trump. Well, I get that from a political perspective. I don't understand why you pursue it when it hurts the country, when it hurts average Americans, and in fact, it hurts working class Americans and low income Americans, which you are. In 2020, the EPA issued its new regulations that right-sized new source performance standards for the oil and gas industry. So despite the language in the media, despite the language from Congress, despite the language from interest groups, the EPA found that the Trump-era methane rules had in fact no or negligible impact on emissions. At the same time, barriers to entry were lifted and companies of all sizes, not just the biggest of the big, but mid-sized and small-sized companies were able to compete and able to produce. And this allowed America to regain its position as a global energy leader. Throughout the Trump administration, Americans benefited from year over year, every year, cleaner air and water. Greenhouse gas emissions fell throughout the 4 years of the Trump presidency. So here's the simple lesson. Promoting innovation and investment in the energy sector is a better way to promote economic and environmental success than through a regulatory pathway. This committee has such a rich history of working on these issues, and in fact, working on them in a bipartisan fashion. I don't know if when we passed the 2015 omnibus bill, which was signed into law by President Obama, I don't know if I could have accurately identified how important the United States having energy independence, how important that would be to us, not just from a Department of Energy perspective, not necessarily even from a consumer perspective, but to the Department of State, to the Department of Defense, how much more flexibility they had in being able to defend our interests worldwide by America being energy independent. I don't know if I really understood that completely when I voted for that omnibus bill back in 2015. But what I do know is within a week, export of Permian Basin crude out of the port of Corpus Christi was occurring, and the economy, which had lagged in the doldrums since the 2008 recession, suddenly found signs of life. And it ticked up every year after that. To be sure, deregulation in the Trump administration, tax reform in the Trump administration really significantly helped, but it was that one feature. And again, it was policy out of the Energy and Commerce Committee. Well, another policy out of the Energy and Commerce Committee back in 2005, the Energy Policy Act of 2005, which allowed for the exposition of hydraulic fracking and horizontal drilling, which resulted in the shale revolution. And it brought abundant natural gas, not just to this country, now we're exporting it. And as a consequence, the United States, again, assured itself of that energy and economic dominance. Who dislikes that? I'll tell you who. Vladimir Putin dislikes that. He has fought the shale revolution every year since 2012. We might as well put Vladimir Putin as a co-sponsor on your resolution, because certainly he would be supportive of that activity. Look, we should be favoring America and Americans. We should be helping those who are not as fortunate as others. And one of the ways to do that is with the economic independence that energy independence provides for us. Now, this resolution's impact on so many levels. We've seen sharp prices, the increase of gasoline and electricity, 4% inflation in April, 5% in May. This is not hurting people at the upper ends of the income scale. It's hurting those who are lower on the income scale. We've got to be sensitive about what we are doing in this committee. We affect 40 to 50% of the nation's economy in this committee. And if we're not sensitive to what is occurring because of our policies, we are going to be hurting average Americans. I so urge us to be very careful where we tread with this. We are not gaining on emissions reduction. We are simply helping those people who do not have an interest in American energy security and American energy independence. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge no vote on this resolution, and I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Next, I have Ms. Clark, the gentlewoman from New York, is recognized to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
I want to thank my colleagues, Congresswoman DeGette and Congressman Peters, for introducing this very crucial piece of legislation. Let's be very clear. From the Trump administration's first day in office until its last, every conceivable attempt was made to undermine our nation's environmental protections and destabilize the foundation of science on which our laws and regulations are built. Methane regulations are no exception to this effort. Despite strong support for methane regulations from even the oil and gas industry itself, the Trump EPA used its last few days in power to attempt to roll back standards that regulate fossil fuel emissions from one of the most potent planet-warming gases that exists. According to the United Nations Global Methane Assessment, urgent steps must be taken to reduce methane emissions this decade in order to avoid the most devastating impacts of the climate crisis. The Trump EPA rollback flies in the face of the global community's clarion call to decrease our methane emissions, and it's contradictory to the agency's mission of protecting our environment and public health. This type of last-minute dismantling of our key environmental safeguards is exactly what the Congressional Review Act exists to protect against. I urge us to move swiftly in voting on this resolution so that we can follow the wisdom of our colleagues in the Senate and quickly pass the legislation on the floor. With that, Mr. Chairman, I thank you and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlewoman. Next, I have the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm very disappointed to see this harmful methane resolution making its way through our committee today with the Biden administration's blessings. That said, I certainly understand that it fits in perfectly with the administration's radical environmental agenda, which includes ending the Keystone XL pipeline, pushing unrealistic and dangerous green energy mandates, and doing everything within its power to curtail the production of America's cheap and abundant fossil fuel resources and the good paying jobs that go along with it. We on the Energy Subcommittee heard one example of this just a few weeks ago when I got Secretary Granholm to say out loud that instead of the president's official position, which is a temporary pause on new drilling permits on federal lands, she admitted that the administration's real goal is a full hydraulic fracturing ban. To those of my colleagues who have served in the military, this tactic may look familiar to you. In military strategic planning, we call this the element of surprise. And how do you achieve the element of surprise on the battlefield? It's done with the art of deception. That is, make your adversary think you're doing one thing while you're actually doing something quite different. In other words, conceal your intentions in order to gain a tactical advantage. When this administration says they don't want to ban hydraulic fracturing, that they don't want to take America away from the head of the global energy table, and that they don't want to increase supply chain dependence on China, all the while the administration's policies are paving the way for onerous EPA regulations, shutting down pipeline projects, and declaring war on domestic plastic manufacturing in the Clean Future Act. My friend, something else is going on here. Today, we can add this methane resolution to the list, and it's really starting to add up. In fact, we're seeing the results. As the economy recovers from the pandemic and oil and gas prices rise with the increase in demand, you would normally see an increase in new wells being drilled and more rigs being brought online. But reports suggest that at least in some places, this is not the case. Under pressure from investors and liberal board members devoted to the radical global environmental movement and the risks of an extremely uncertain regulatory environment, oil and gas producers are cutting back on the drilling investments they normally would make. This is costing jobs in Texas, Ohio, North Dakota, and all across America right now, and could also lead to fuel shortages, resulting in even higher prices at the pump and at the grocery store. And while we waste time debating these efforts to cripple America's domestic energy industry, our foreign adversaries are taking advantage. For example, Russia's Nord Stream 2 pipeline is getting closer and closer to being fully operational every day, thanks to President Biden lifting sanctions on the builder of the pipeline, a well-known Vladimir Putin crony. And then our own Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, this week declared the completion of Nord Stream 2 was, I quote, a fait accompli, a foregone conclusion that America couldn't have done anything about it. I wonder how that went over with our allies in Ukraine. Simply put, this is not the kind of global leadership we so desperately need right now. President Biden is lifting sanctions on our adversaries' oil and gas industry while leading efforts like this methane resolution to essentially impose sanction on American industries and workers. Vladimir Putin is laughing and profiting. We are better than this, Mr. Chairman, and I believe this committee has a chance to show some leadership here. What we should be talking about is how to expand America's hard-earned energy dominance. Mr. Chairman, let's keep America's pipelines open, and let's work on issues that used to be bipartisan. For example, exporting more American liquefied natural gas around the world, which strengthens America's geopolitical strength, while blunting the influence of bad actors like Russia's Putin, who want to trap Europe into energy dependence. Perhaps in the next markup, we'll include my legislation, the Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act, which would help do just that. With that, I urge my colleagues to oppose this counterproductive methane resolution, and let's get back to working for American workers and American industries, not against them. Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next, we have the gentlewoman from Florida, Kathy Castor, is recognized to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
To strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Chairman Pallone. I want to thank my good friends, Congresswoman DeGette and Congressman Peters, for your outspoken advocacy on this matter. I strongly support HJ Res 34 because it is vitally important that we control methane pollution and leaks. Methane is a highly potent gas that pound for pound traps more than 80 times as much heat on our planet in the short term as carbon dioxide. Plugging methane pollution leaks is good for our public health, reduces asthma, heart attacks, premature deaths. It's good for the climate. It's good for business. It will create thousands and thousands of jobs all across America. And that's why there is broad consensus from energy companies, local communities, the tourism industry, labor, environmental organizations, environmental justice organizations, and faith leaders on this issue, on methane pollution control. In fact, last year, when the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis was extending broad outreach to determine solutions for solving the climate crisis, this was an area of very broad consensus after we asked that same broad coalition and scientists what we should be doing to help save our planet. And we made recommendations along the lines here. And actually, this is a fairly modest step. It's an important step. It's an easy step. It's one that has broad support. And that was before the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's report in April, where they said despite the COVID-19 pandemic and the various shutdowns, CO2 and methane emissions surged in 2020, including the largest recorded increase in methane emissions since they have been keeping records over the past 37 years. People know it. In fact, a recent Morning Consult poll found the overwhelming majority of Americans, including 81% of Republicans, support congressional actions requiring oil and gas companies to regularly check for and fix methane leaks. So again, this is the least we can do, but it's an important step, a very important step. And I think it goes a long way to answering our moral call to action on behalf of our kids and future generations. So thank you, and let's move this resolution as quickly as possible. Thanks, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Castor. Next, we go to Mr. Latta from Ohio. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for recognizing me. I oppose HJ Res 34. My district's home to over 60,000 manufacturing jobs. And just in the last couple of weeks, we've had announcements of over probably 4,000 more jobs being located here. We want to make sure that hardworking Americans out there have jobs. We want to make sure they have good paying jobs. We have to make sure that they have the energy to make sure that they can turn those machines on in the morning when the Americans get up to go to work. So it's important that we make sure that we have the energy out there for them. You know, when we talk about our friends across the pond, I've met, and a lot of you have met with them too, from Central and Eastern Europe. You know, they all ask me how, you know, we were able to do what we did. Well, by producing the natural gas and the oil that we have, become world leaders. And it's pretty much by having the regulations on place that companies could get out there and do it. And they did it. And what do these countries want? They want a good supply of that's going to be there for them, especially in Central and Eastern Europe. Because if, again, you look at the Ukrainians, the Eastern Europeans, they don't want to be shut off in the middle of the winter by the Russians, if they all have been held hostage by them. They want that supply. So it's important for us to make sure that we have that energy not only for us to take care of ourselves in this country, that we never have again the situation we had back in the mid 1970s that most of us remember, that with the gas lines and the fear of not having any energy in the winter, that we have to put on sweaters, turn down the thermostat, and walk to work. That's not what we're about as Americans. We're out there to make sure that we can solve the problems that are before us. With our friends in France, of course, we know that the French are heavily nuclear, and so that they're not going to be promoting on the natural gas side. So I think it's really important we take these into consideration. We think about this resolution for us today. And I oppose the resolution. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have a gentleman from Texas, Lizzie Fletcher, is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to address some of the comments that we have heard today, and frankly, some of the hyperbole that we've heard about this particular bill and how it will hurt domestic energy production. I would be surprised if there's a member of this committee or of this Congress who represents more people who work in the pipeline industry than I do. And what we're hearing from some of our colleagues here today about this bill is not what they are saying. So let me say that again. The arguments against this bill are not what the industry is saying. And Ms. DeGette identified some companies in her comments. And I think it's just really important to understand that and to focus on what we're here to talk about today. Over the last 15 years, this shale revolution has changed the industries in ways we couldn't imagine 2 decades ago. The rapid retirement of coal-powered plants and replacement with natural gas plants has been responsible for the majority of the power sector's emissions reductions in the last decade. And that is really important as we talk about climate change. Natural gas has a really important role to play in our fuel mix right now and into the future. But it also requires extraction and transportation policies that recognize that methane leaks hurt climate goals and make American gas less competitive on the world market. The policy in the Trump methane rule is not it. It eliminated a common sense requirement that oil and gas companies monitor and limit methane leaks from wells, compressor stations, and other midstream operations. And again, the Trump rollback wasn't supported by the industry. I've met with countless people and companies who work in the oil and gas sector in my district who all oppose the rollback. And it's not only because these companies have already invested millions and millions of dollars to be in compliance, but also because they understand the value of American natural gas truly being a cleaner burning fuel. I agree with what Mr. Johnson just said, that we should support US LNG, but the people who work in the industry know that this rule has hurt American competitiveness on the world market. France, Ireland, and other countries have now blocked US LNG imports, citing methane emissions as making our gas too dirty to be considered a clean burning fuel. Why do you think Cheniere, the largest US LNG company, has publicly supported this CRA action to restore thoughtful methane standards? And Cheniere isn't an anomaly. The midstream industry also supports a return to stable regulatory framework for methane standards. INGA, the Interstate Natural Gas Association of America, has endorsed a return to the Obama standard as well. And I've heard from a lot of companies individually and the people who work there that support the previous standard. Voting for this bill protects American jobs and our energy independence. Ensuring that US natural gas stays a clean, competitive fuel source is key for domestic energy security. And I want to be clear here, this bill isn't a vote for or against the energy industry, as many of my colleagues across the aisle have just claimed. Industry, by and large, supports the methane regulation that was in place before the last administration gutted the rules. Many companies lobbied at the time in an effort to keep the rules in place. So, we're not voting against the energy industry here. And this bill doesn't need to be partisan. When the CRA was before the Senate, it passed on a bipartisan basis. If my colleagues truly want to support the energy industry and so many of the people who work in this industry in my district and across the country, I urge them to vote in favor of this bill. And with that, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Next, we have the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Mr. Joyce is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, this partisan resolution is unnecessary for a number of reasons. At its core, this is a solution that is looking for a problem. The oil industry already is voluntarily reducing methane emissions, and the United States has led the world in reducing greenhouse gas emissions in the last 2 decades. Innovation, that's the ultimate answer to cutting emissions. We cannot afford to stifle advancement. As a nation, we cannot regulate our way to a cleaner environment. Most importantly, new methane regulations are duplicative of existing federal and state regulations under the Clean Air Act for volatile organic compounds, known as VOCs. There is no dispute about whether new methane regulations are duplicative. In fact, for this reason, the EPA determined in an earlier rulemaking that rescinding the methane limits will not actually change the amount of methane emission reductions. This solution is not about methane emissions. This solution is not about climate change. The truth is, we already regulate methane. The EPA and the states have strong standards in place for volatile organic compounds and methane. The existing standards and the pollution control equipment installed at oil and gas facilities help to manage both methane and volatile organic compounds because they are both produced from the same sources and have similar chemistry and similar behavior. The real intent of this misguided resolution is simple. The oil and gas sector is just the tip of the iceberg. Its true purpose is to give EPA authority to Section 111 of the Clean Air Act and to regulate every other sector of our economy. That is not the way forward. Congress must continue to embrace the bottom-up innovation that will result in leaps in efficiency far greater than any mandate. Instead of expensive overregulation, it will take money out of working Americans' pockets. As a nation, we can do better. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting no on this resolution, and I yield the balance of my time.
Mr. Joyce, Dr. Joyce, would you yield to me?
I yield the balance of my time to our ranking member, Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Dr. Joyce. I heard some citing what France and Ireland had to say. I wanted to point the committee to today's Wall Street Journal editorial about, it's titled America's Gift to Dictators. And I thought I would just highlight what they had to say about Russia and China taking advantage of US energy disarmament. Russia's laying down thousands of miles of oil and gas pipelines to supply Europe and Asia. Putin is gloating that Russia's Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline to Germany will soon be finished, as Mr. Biden has refused to sanction Russian companies running the project. But he didn't care about upsetting Canada when he killed the Keystone XL pipeline, nor Alaskans when he suspended ANWR leases. Mr. Biden wants to curtail North American energy development while he stands by Russia, uses its natural resources for strategic gain. That includes coal, by the way. Russia's spending more than $10 billion on railroad upgrades to boost its coal exports. According to a new report by the Global Energy Monitor, coal producers in Australia, China, India, Russia, and South Africa are planning mining projects that would increase global output by 30%. China has 112 coal mines under construction. It's also developing shale. You know, as we are continuing to see a surrender, and this is still quoting the Wall Street Journal, surrender of one of America's major strategic economic advantages in the name of saving the climate. Banishing fossil fuels in the United States won't eliminate carbon emissions, but it will be produced somewhere else. But it will cost us the jobs, the economic growth, and the geopolitical leverage that the United States of America has enjoyed. I urge you to reconsider the movement, this position on this resolution today, Mr. Chairman, and members of this committee.
Ranking member, this is Brett Guthrie. Would you yield to?
Yes, I'll yield to Mr. Guthrie.
All I want to do is,
We only
Mr.
have
Chairman,
15 15.
15 seconds. I know, Mr. Chairman, you have going to do in writing. I just want to enter into the record the CDC guidance, the interim public health guidance for fully vaccinated people for May 28th. The CDC guidance into the record.
I'd be glad to do it. Do you have a written copy you can give us?
Well, the CDC guidance, yes, we'll make that available.
All right.
Yeah,
Without
CDC
objection, without objection, so ordered. And if you want to have your own time, you can. I just wanted you to know that the other time had expired. So next, we go to Mr. Rush from Illinois, recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, it's been said over and over and over again this morning, and I want to join and be perfectly clear. Methane is an incredibly and most harmful heat-trapping greenhouse gas that is 25 times more powerful than carbon dioxide. Although the carbon dioxide stays in the atmosphere longer than methane, we know that the methane that leaks from the natural gas system and from other major sources, such as from livestock, are key human-caused contributors to the global climate crisis. Considering these alarming facts, Mr. Chairman, I certainly want to join my colleagues in thanking our distinguished colleague, Chairwoman Diana DeGette, as well as Chairman Scott Peters, and also Colonel Lamb for their fine work on HR Res 34. This very resolution would undo Trump's senseless rollback of vital methane regulations that were put forth by the Obama administration to curtail this climate warming threat to our climate and our overall health and well-being. Today's vote on this resolution is an important step, Mr. Chairman, in our dedicated mission to tackle the climate crisis. And with that, I sincerely urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution. Mr. Chairman, if there's anyone to use the remaining of my time, I will yield to them. And if not, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Next, I have two more people at this point. I have Kelly Armstrong and Annie Custer, but others can add themselves if they want. So now recognize the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong, for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you're talking about the letters submitted to the committee from large oil companies, I just think we should talk a little bit about who they are, what they are, and where they do their business. Equinor is a Norwegian company. Shell is a Dutch company, and they have their own problems with a court ruling in their home country right now. Exxon and BP are international oil and gas companies. What they all have in common is anywhere north of 85% of their production will not be subject to this CRA, because the vast majority of their production does not exist in the United States, and almost none of it exists onshore. So when you're talking about companies who support this, who you are not hearing from, and I have no doubt my good friend Congresswoman Fletcher represents a lot of pipeline companies. I'm fairly certain I represent more independent oil and gas companies and independent oil workers than probably anybody else on this call. And you're not hearing from small and medium-sized oil companies about this. And it's not because they want to pollute. And it's not because they're not already being regulated. It's because they don't want to be dual regulated under burdensome duplicative regulation from the wellhead to the market. And you know who's not regulated with this CRA? An offshore rig in Azerbaijan. And I don't recall hearing anywhere that the Biden administration asked that this CRA and the regulations in this CRA got put into the Nord Stream 2 project before they would agree to back it moving forward, because it didn't. But the real problem with this CRA, even for those who support methane reduction and methane regulation, is it's going to stifle innovation. You're assuming states aren't already doing this. North Dakota is doing it through the DEQ. New Mexico is doing this. There is robust methane regulation that exists right now. The problem is when you get to an EPA regulation of this nature, you cut out new and innovative technology because of the very nature of federal regulation. It's unwieldy, it's unable to be used, and you stop, whether it's thief hatch, whether it's all of the things we are doing and innovating, and small oil and gas companies are doing it right now in North Dakota. But what it does represent is the latest unnecessary attack on our country's independent and oil and gas producers. It's going to, I've said before, it's going to be duplicative regulation. And let's be clear, this is only the beginning of the regulatory push that will continue to make it more and more difficult for oil gas producers in the United States to stay in business. Even the Biden administration's statement of administrative policy outlines that this CRA will clear a pathway for future regulatory opportunities across the oil and gas sector. But it's not just companies that are going to disappear. It's entire towns, where everywhere from the teachers to the police officers to the postal employees to the restaurant workers are essentially part of the oil and gas industry. It's the entire western half of my state. This is not the first time that communities in North Dakota have been devastated by federal energy policy. It's going on right now with waters of the US again. This is not the first time. We've seen firsthand what coal production and generation, which have continued to suffer due to anti-carbon energy policies. These communities are told to rely on insufficient federal assistance programs that many on this committee will claim support a just energy transition. On Tuesday, I had the opportunity to actually discuss this with the Secretary of Commerce. I highlighted the significant deficiencies in these programs, but we continue to attack and demonize North American oil and gas production at the same time where we are the only country in the world who has actually met the Paris Climate Accord emissions since we removed ourselves from those. Think about that. That isn't in spite of the shale revolution that started in the Bakken and continues in the Permian. It's because of it. And at the same time, when we talk about other countries talking about our methane reductions, methane rules and failure to import, let's be clear. Prior to this, when hydraulic fracturing first became a viable way to unleash this tremendous resource, they wouldn't take our gas because it was fracked gas. And that is, and at the same time, they were taking gas from our strategic adversary, who actually increases carbon emissions in the world, which is Russia. I appreciate the ranking member reading the Wall Street Journal article, and I just hope people recognize that what we're really doing here is not lowering methane emissions worldwide. We are putting U.S. companies and small companies and communities at danger.
Well, the gentleman yield.
So that we, what? Yeah, I just want to make one point and then I'll give you my last 15 seconds. And this is just a continuation of us working towards outsourcing our guilt. And with that, I'll yield my last 12 seconds.
Well,
thank you.
Well, I just want to take her own time. Why not?
You know what? I'll get some time from somebody else. Thank you.
We have Annie Custer, and then we can go to you, Diane, if you want. So I recognize the gentlewoman from New Hampshire for 5 minutes to strike the last one.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone. And I just want to say for the record, I want to commend Dr. Kim Schreier. I think most of us would be more than willing to come back to hearings in person if we knew that all of our colleagues were vaccinated. But I'm very troubled by the fact that not only in terms of the public record are only half Republicans vaccinated, but I presume there are more who are, but they're not willing to say so publicly. And that's where the issue with the trust lies. So I want to thank my good friend and colleague, Congresswoman DeGette, for her leadership on this critical issue. Reducing methane emissions of domestic oil and gas producers is one of the single most important actions that Congress can take to combat the climate crisis. The Methane Waste Prevention Act does just that by requiring the EPA and the Bureau of Land Management to set strict standards that will clamp down on harmful emissions and improve air quality for all Americans. Methane accounts for about 10% of all US greenhouse gas emissions, but is 80 times more powerful in warming our atmosphere in the short term compared to carbon dioxide. Research undertaken by the Environmental Defense Fund found that the US oil and gas industry emitted over 13 million metric tons of methane each year, which is enough natural gas to fuel 10 million homes. This is a disturbing statistic for my constituents who end up paying through the nose on the coldest days of winter and the hottest days of summer. To compound this issue, New Hampshire has one of the highest rates of childhood asthma in the entire country. Today's markup moves us one step closer to cleaning our air and protecting the health of all Americans. I was pleased to help introduce this legislation with my colleagues on this committee to take a firm stance in tackling our climate crisis and restore American global leadership in the mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions. And with that, I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield the rest of my
Will the
time
gentlelady yield to me?
Representative DeGette.
Thank you so much. I thank the gentlelady for yielding. And I just want to respond to Mr. Armstrong's allegation that the only people who support this resolution are foreign oil corporations, because that's simply not the case. If you look at the document that has already been entered into the record, the companies that have all signed on to this are all doing business in the United States. And we can certainly get you a copy of this, Mr. Armstrong. The companies who have quotes supporting this in this document are BP America, Shell US, Equinor North America, Total USA, ExxonMobil talking about their facilities in the United States, Jonah Energy, Pioneer Natural Resources, EQT Corporation, Interstate National Gas Association of America, which is an American Natural Gas Association, Cheniere DTE Energy, Equitrans Midstream Corporation, Occidental Petroleum, Devon Industry, the Center for Liquefied Natural Gas, Austin Energy, Calpine Corporation, Pacific Gas and Electric Company, Tenaska Inc., and others, which is a joint comments that they put out. And also, as I said earlier, the Edison Electric Institute, which supports a whole consortium of U.S. related gas companies. I want to agree with my colleagues, Congressman Castor and others, who say that and Congressman Peters, my co-sponsor of this is just a first step towards regulating methane. And why wouldn't we do it? It causes climate change, and it also causes our constituents to have severe health consequences. And so it just is really important to do. It should be bipartisan because it's supported by the industry as well as environmental groups. I just want to say for the record, this is not foreign companies who say they support this. This is people doing business right here in the US. With that, Ms. Custer, thank you so much for yielding to me, and I yield back.
And I yield back to the chairman.
Thank you. I don't think we have a Republican yet, another Republican, but I see Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman for recognizing me. Well, this is an important debate. Either you believe in climate change, that human activity is causing it, and that we need to do something about it, or you don't. It's pretty simple in my mind. We've all heard that methane emissions are much more effective trapping gas than carbon is. And your vote on this will put you on the record forever, for the future to see how you came down on the climate issue. Moreover, reducing methane emissions is in the industry's interest. Bad actors, if they continue to cause big emissions, and it's just a few companies that do this, it's going to cause a backlash against the entire industry. I met with the AGA, and they were clear. They wanted reasonable regulations to keep the bad actors from giving the industry a black eye. But if you want to talk about the transition to clean energy creates more jobs per unit of energy than fossil fuels. And these are good jobs. I've been there. I've been in the renewable industry. They were good, clean jobs, well-paying. And so when you talk about losing jobs, if you continue to allow carbon emissions and don't support renewable energy, you're actually hurting people that want these good jobs. So with that, I yield back. If anyone wants to take a time, I'll give you a minute.
Mr. McNerney, this is Cardenas. You would yield?
Tony, I yield to you.
Thank you so much. Look, I appreciate this debate, and one thing that I'd like to point out is that the United States of America for hundreds of years has been recognized as a country that has the guts and the will to look at the long game, to look at the present and the future. And that's what I believe has garnered respect around the world for us, that we have been able to look at what is important for today and also make very good decisions about what's best for the United States for tomorrow. But being that we have been the world leader for generations now, I think it's important for us to understand that what we're talking about here today is truly about the American spirit, about being leaders, not worrying about the fear mongering of jobs being lost or what have you, because let me tell you, in the long game, climate change, global warming, that is going to decimate industries, going to cost capitalists billions and eventually trillions of dollars if we don't get it right now. So I support this resolution before us, and I believe it's the right thing to do. And I think this debate is good, it's healthy, but at the same time, it does expose the fact that sometimes the politics here in the United States gets short-sighted instead of looking at the long picture and the big picture, which is what has garnered the United States of America the respect and appreciation around the world as leaders. So today, in my opinion, we are making sure that we're taking care of the short game, but more importantly, this is truly who we are as a country, that we are leaders when it comes to the big picture and the long-term picture for the sake of the United States of America, and also in leading the world by example. Thank you very much, Mr. McNerney. I yield back to you.
Mr. McNerney, do you yield back?
I yield back to the chair.
All right, thank you. I believe that's everyone who wanted to speak on the underlying bill. I see Mr. Palmer's hand up. Would you like to speak, strike the last word, recognized for 5 minutes?
I'd like to strike the last word. We talked about the consequences from your perspective, but I think there's also the unintended consequences. We've talked about my colleagues have talked about the economic consequences, but Ranking Member Morris Rogers bringing up the Wall Street Journal editorial, I think needs further discussion. And that's in the context of the geopolitical consequences and national security consequences. Russia and China both have a tremendous amount to gain from the actions that my Democratic colleagues in the Biden administration are taking in regard to energy. It has serious consequences for Eastern Europe. We will be under the shadow of Russia. I'd like to point out that Anders Rasmussen, former premier of Denmark, and who is now the Secretary General of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, has reported on the fact that Russia engaged in a massive disinformation campaign, funding environmental groups fighting fracking in Europe. And the reason they did that, it was all to the benefit of Russia, as the Wall Street Journal editorial points out. Again, as Ranking Member Morris Rogers has brought to our attention, we need to dig deeper into this issue before we take these actions. I'd like to point out too that the San Francisco-based Energy Foundation in China has provided over $330 million through various grant-making organizations like the MacArthur Foundation and Hewlett to environmental groups. The environmental groups that are based in China do nothing to oppose China's energy efforts. They know better. The Chinese government will crack down on them. And China is persistent in expanding their coal mining, their coal power generation, and their activities in the Arctic and in the South China Sea to procure more energy for their economy and for their efforts to project power around the globe. So I think there is this issue of unintended consequences involving the geopolitical aspects of what we're doing to our own energy industry, and that we should take that into serious consideration for what it's going to mean to nations that live in fear of Russia and live in fear of China. And I yield back.
Hold on, Gary, can I have your time?
I yield to Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Congressman.
Californians.
I just want to be clear, I'm perfectly aware that Exxon and BP are US companies, and I'm aware that Shell and Equinor do business in the United States. What I'm saying is they do the vast majority of their business, whether they're a US company or not in the United States. And those are the facts. And second, the list you read off, which I appreciate, except for Devon Energy, which does a lot of business in North Dakota. I appreciate them. They're my friends. They're great corporate citizens. You're still not hearing from the independent producers who are, one, already are regulated by the Department of Environmental Quality, which is regulation is as good or more robust than the EPA is now in North Dakota, and you continue to get regulated from the wellhead to wherever they get in the market. So with that, I yield.
Reclaiming my time, I'd like to point out that the Natural Resource Defense Council office in China has never sued the Chinese for any of their energy activities, despite the fact that the National Resource Defense Council has boasted of suing the Trump administration about once every 10 days, despite the United States having the largest emissions reduction in the world. They've even sued the United States Navy multiple times to limit or halt naval training exercises in the Pacific over environmental concerns, but they did nothing about China building islands in the South China Sea with no regard for any impact on the environment in South China Sea or Chinese naval operations in the region. With that, I yield back.
All right. I believe that ends the people who want to speak on the underlying bill. So I'm going to go now to the ranking member's motion to postpone. The gentleman is recognized. I think did you want to repeat your motion, Mrs. Rogers? Well, the gentlewoman moved that the committee postpone. Madam Clerk, what was the gentlewoman's motion? Mrs. Rogers had a motion to postpone to a certain date, to a date certain.
The motion was to postpone until June 14th, 2021.
All right, so the gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm back. Sorry.
All right, so motion to postpone till June 14th, and the gentlewoman is recognized to speak on her motion.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee. Yes, this is a resolution to postpone consideration, or a motion to postpone consideration until June 14th, 2021, postpone consideration of this resolution. We will be back in DC on that date, and it would be possible to hold this markup in person. I seem to be hearing from the majority that they are not comfortable meeting in person until they're 100% certain that 100% of the members and staff of this committee have been vaccinated. It's really a self-imposed standard. It's not being driven by the CDC. It's not being driven by science. It's the majority saying that they know better, that they know better than the CDC. They know better than the science. They know better than many states across the country that are opening up. You know, I can't help but think, you know, how many times in this committee, in the Energy and Commerce Committee, do we hear that decisions should be based on the latest science? And I believe it is fundamental in the Energy and Commerce Committee that we make decisions based upon learning from the science. We recognize that science evolves. We've all learned a lot about the science surrounding COVID since March 2020. So it begs the question, why isn't the majority opening up this committee? Why is the majority shutting down voices of the duly elected representatives of the people? I see it as an abuse of power. You know, COVID has resulted in a lot of fear. Fear is not the way to govern. It's not the way to lead. Fear creates stress. It's paralyzing. You know, fear is a liar, and it shuts people down. And one of the biggest lessons of COVID is the importance of not making decisions in a vacuum. So we've made all these decisions to protect people's physical health, but we must take into consideration people's mental health. That's one of the big lessons of COVID. Right now, what are we seeing? We're seeing record stress, record anxiety, record suicide attempts. This committee should be making wise, targeted decisions. That's leadership. COVID has taken a toll on all of us. It's going to have deep, lasting impacts. And I think every day that goes by, we're seeing the heartbreaking impacts of COVID. This is a time for us to lead as a committee. This is a time for us to bring hope, to bring healing to our country. You don't do that by continuing to keep us locked down, by continuing to isolate us as members of this committee, by shutting down the voices of the duly elected representatives of the people. And with that, I would ask for support of this motion to delay until we can be back in person together and do this markup the way that it should be done, that would help this committee function, that would help us heal as a committee. So, Mr. Chairman, I ask for your consideration, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman,
Mr. Chairman, I move to table the motion.
Gentlewoman, the Vice Chair, Robin Kelly, has moved to table the gentlewoman's motion. So the motion to table is in order, and it is not debatable. So the question is, shall the committee table the motion to postpone? And all those in favor would say aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
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 Opinion of the chair, the noes.
I just voted.
Sorry, the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote.
The gentlewoman has requested a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been ordered. The question now occurs on the motion to table the motion to postpone. So if you're voting aye, you're voting to table the motion to postpone. So those opposed would say no. And so the clerk shall call the roll. Again, if you vote aye, you're moving to table the motion to postpone. The clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush,
Votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo,
Eshoo votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette,
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle,
Mr. Doyle votes aye.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky,
Schakowsky votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield,
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui, Ms. Castor,
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes,
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney,
Mr. McNerney, California, votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch,
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko,
Mr. Taco of New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark, Mr. Schrader,
Mr. Schrader from Oregon votes aye.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas,
Cardenas from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz,
Ruiz from California votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters,
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle,
Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey,
VC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer,
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly,
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan,
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin, Ms. Blunt Rochester,
Ms. Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto,
Votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran,
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice?
Ms. Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig?
Ms. Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier?
Ms. Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan?
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher?
Ms. Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Ms. Rogers?
Mrs. Rogers votes no.
Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton?
Upton votes no.
Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess?
Burgess votes no.
Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise?
Mr. Scalise votes no.
Mr. Scalise votes no. Mr. Latta?
Latta votes no.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie?
Guthrie votes no.
Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley?
McKinley votes no.
Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger? Mr. Griffith? Mr. Bilirakis?
Huh? No, it wasn't.
Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Johnson
Get me?
votes no.
Mr. Johnson votes no.
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman?
Long?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Something was going on. I was unmuted, but y'all couldn't hear me, and I voted no.
Do we have him recorded as a no,
Griffith
Madam
voted no.
Clerk?
Mr. Griffith votes no.
All right, thank you. Let's continue.
Mr. Long?
Billy.
Mr. Bouchon?
Mr. Bouchon votes no.
Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen? Mr. Hudson? Mr. Wahlberg?
Mr. Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter?
Come on, Billy.
Mr. Duncan?
Mr. Duncan of South Carolina votes no.
Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer?
Palmer of Alabama votes no.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn?
Dunn from Florida votes no.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis? Ms. Lesko?
Lesko votes no.
Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence?
Pence votes no.
Mr. Pence
Carter
votes
vote.
no. Mr. Crenshaw?
Crenshaw votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce of Pennsylvania votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong?
No.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone votes yes.
Mr. Pallone votes aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? This is Congresswoman Yvette Clark.
Madam Clerk, how is Ms. Clark recorded?
Ms. Clark is not recorded.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Clark of New York votes yes.
Ms. Clark votes aye.
Any other members wish to be recorded that have not been?
Mr. Chairman,
I
Mr.
do.
Chairman, this is Bill Orakis. Bill Orakis is not recorded.
Mr. Carter, how do you want to vote?
I want to vote no.
Mr. Carter votes no.
Mr. Bilirakis?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Bilirakis?
Bill Orakis votes no.
Mr. Bilirakis votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky, are you recorded?
Ms. Schakowsky voted aye.
All right, is there any other member who is not recorded who wishes to vote? Okay, Madam Clerk, would you give us the results?
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the ayes were 30 and the nays were 21.
Okay, the vote is 30 ayes to 21 noes, and the motion to table is agreed to. So now we're going to go back to amendments. Are there any members who seek recognition to offer an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
And that is Mr.
Duncan.
Duncan, okay. Mr. Duncan, what is your amendment labeled? Does the clerk have it?
Republic Amendment 1.
The clerk have it?
Yes.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to HJ Res 34, offered by Mr. Duncan of South Carolina. Page 2, line 4, strike the period and insert, and Congress disapproves Russia's Nord Stream 2 pipeline.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
The Vice Chair, Ms. Kelly, offers a point of order. Would you state your point of order, please?
The amendment violates the germaneness requirement of Rule 16, Clause 7. The amendment is not germane because the amendment introduces a new subject to the text proposed to be amended. Specifically, the amendment subject matter not contained in the underlying text. The subject matter of the committee print is that's it. I urge the chair to sustain the point of order.
The gentlewoman from Illinois, the Vice Chair, has raised a point of order that the amendment is not germane because the amendment and the underlying bill do not share the same fundamental purpose. The fundamental purpose of the underlying bill is to disapprove of the rules submitted by EPA relating to oil and natural gas sector emission standards for new, reconstructed, and modified sources review under the authority granted to Congress by the Congressional Review Act, and that the amendment has a different purpose. So because the amendment has a different purpose, the chair finds that the amendment and the underlying bill do not share the same fundamental purpose, and as such, the amendment is not germane to the underlying measure. For that reason, the point of order is sustained.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a roll call.
Yes. Now, Madam, can I ask counsel, what is the roll call on now? What are we voting on, and what are the ayes versus the nays on this?
So you have made a personal decision as chairman to sustain the point of order?
Yes.
Could we get clarification from the
council is the gentleman has asked for a roll call. Is it in order to have a roll call? And what will members be voting on if it is in order? That's what I'm asking the council.
I just want to appeal the ruling of the chair, please.
So you want to appeal the ruling of the chair?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask for a parliamentary inquiry, please. One moment.
Yes, but just so we know, so now the gentleman has appealed the ruling of the chair, and a Democrat, if they want to, could move to table the gentleman's appeal. But if that's how we would proceed. But if Ms. Rogers, who asked the question?
Mr. Chairman, I did. Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Mrs. Rogers asked for a parliamentary inquiry.
Yes,
Historically, when someone moves to strike the last word to introduce an amendment, they are recognized for 5 minutes to speak on that amendment prior to the chairman making a ruling or a decision. And I would just ask if Mr. Duncan would be afforded the 5 minutes traditionally granted.
Yes, I have no problem with that. I just wanted everyone to understand what's happening here. He's appealing my ruling. As at this time, we don't have a motion to table.
I move to table the motion.
All right, but let me do this. At the ranking member's request, I'll ask Mr. Duncan to speak on it because if you move the table, then there's no more debate. So let him speak for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry. Mrs. Rogers is traditionally the minority is given an opportunity to speak on the germaneness of the amendment before.
He has moved to appeal the ruling of the chair. So let him speak now, and if anyone else wants to speak, they can on the germanes before we move to table. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I mean,
Okay.
it's kind of the same thing. So Mr. Duncan, you recognize for 5 minutes.
Okay, tell me again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this just points to the need for us to be in the committee room, meeting in person. The points have been made. I'm not going to continue to berate that, but this points to that fact. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is straightforward. It expresses Congress's disapproval for the completion of Nord Stream 2 pipeline. While I commend the committee today for taking up 4 bills to enhance our energy security, we must also address the actions by the Biden administration to do the exact opposite and actually impede energy security and national security. President Biden's decision to waive sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline will effectively ensure its completion. This project was slowed during the Trump administration, but this Biden administration pass is a gift to Vladimir Putin and will aid his efforts to increase his stranglehold over Europe. We've seen it time and again. Russia turns on and off the energy spigot in order to influence policies in Europe. Under the Trump administration and through innovation in the private sector, the United States is the #1 oil and gas producer in the world. In fact, they have met or exceeded the Paris Climate Accord guidelines and mandates. So a 2018 report by the House Committee on Science, Space, and Technology determined as the threat of American energy continues to grow, so does the Kremlin's incentive to influence energy operations in Europe and the United States. Moreover, as they have demonstrated, the Kremlin will use any and all tools at their disposal to preserve Russia's dominant energy status. The Colonial Pipeline cyber attack is the most recent reminder of this longstanding effort by the Russians to undermine American production and transportation of energy. The FBI has blamed the pipeline attack on the dark side, a ransomware group based in Russia. The decision to waive sanctions will continue to play into Putin's hand while undercutting our security, jobs, competitiveness, and geopolitical influence of America. Putin would love nothing more than for America to be energy dependent, and President Biden is helping him achieve this goal. As a side note, New England imports natural gas, not from Texas, Ms. Fletcher, but from Russia. By waiving sanctions, President Biden's treating a pipeline that increases Russian influence far better than American pipelines that enhance our influence. As one of his very first acts, President Biden revoked the key permit for Keystone XL pipeline, which was critical to our energy security and top priority for our Canadian allies. Just yesterday, the Keystone XL project was officially canceled. It's truly baffling and illogical that President Biden's willing to greenlight Russian energy projects over American energy projects and jobs. Projects like the Keystone Pipeline and the Atlantic Coast Pipeline would have continued the U.S. trend in leading the world in carbon emission reductions. President Biden's own DOE secretary recently admitted pipelines are the best way to transport oil and gas. From an environmental perspective, it makes no sense to favor higher emitting Russian natural gas over more carbon-friendly American LNG to meet the rising global demand. According to DOE, Russian natural gas exported to Europe has a life cycle greenhouse gas emissions profile 41% higher than American LNG exported to Europe. If Europe were to switch from dirtier Russian natural gas to U.S. LNG, global emissions would be reduced by over 70 million tons each year. We have the ability and arguably the moral responsibility to export our clean burning natural gas to countries dependent on corrupt regimes like Russia. As Rick Perry said, when the U.S. exports energy, we are exporting freedom. Although Russian gas is cheaper, countries like Poland are willing to pay a premium to avoid Russian gas because they understand Russia influences the policies in Europe by controlling the spigot. We often talk about environmental justice in this committee, and in my opinion, waiving the Nord Stream 2 sanctions is in direct opposition to that objective. The move is essentially a reward to Vladimir Putin, who continues to crack down on dissidents, imprison Alexei Navalny, Russian opposition leader, and threaten the sovereignty of its European neighbors. For the entirety of the Trump administration, Democrats were obsessed with Russian influence over the Trump administration's policy, repeatedly calling him a Russian agent. If Trump had waived sanctions on a Russian company and a friend of Putin like the Biden administration just did, there would be an immediate call for an investigation. This amendment does not make any changes to the underlying bill. It simply adds a new clause. And I would urge my colleagues to vote in favor of my amendment, and we to vote to table the motion of the chair on the germaneness. I yield back.
All right, and let me repeat again where we are. Ms. Kelly, the vice chair, moved a point of order on Mr. Duncan's amendment based on germaneness. I sustained the point of order. Mr. Duncan then appealed my ruling, and Ms. DeGette was about to move to table the appeal before we had Mr. Duncan speak. So I'd like.
And I do make that motion to table, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so Ms. DeGette has moved to table the gentleman, Mr. Duncan's appeal, and the motion to table is not debatable. So the question is, shall the committee table the gentleman from South Carolina's appeal? All those in favor of the motion to table should vote aye, and all those opposed to the motion to table should vote no. So let's say all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
And all those opposed say no.
No.
Chairman, I ask for a roll call vote, please.
Okay, we'll have a roll call vote on that. Recorded vote has been ordered. The question now occurs on the motion to table Mr. Duncan's motion to repeal the ruling of the chair. Again, if you wish to table, you should vote yes. If you don't, you should vote no. And the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle votes yes.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Paul Tonko of New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas of California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes no.
Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes no.
Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess.
Votes no.
Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes no.
Mr. Scalise votes no. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes no.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes no.
Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley votes hell no.
Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith.
Griffith votes no.
Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes no.
Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson.
Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon votes no.
Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen.
Mullen votes no.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan of South Carolina votes no.
Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Palmer of Alabama votes no.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn of Florida votes no.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes no.
Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes no.
Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes aye. I think Armstrong voted no, didn't he?
No.
Hi, how am I recorded? This is Peter Welch.
Mr. Welch is not recorded.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Chairman
How is
Pallone
Mr.
votes aye. Mr.
Mr.
Armstrong
Schrader
votes no.
Right, but we had several members who didn't respond. So who still wants to vote?
Congressman Schrader would like to vote.
Mr. Schrader,
Congressman Schrader from Oregon votes aye.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Schrader votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, it's Kathy here. Would the clerk call the names of those who are not recorded, please?
Yes, please. I think I heard Hudson vote no also. But go back. Let's go through the roll, whoever we missed.
Ms. Matsui. Mr. Vesey.
VC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Mr. Soto.
Votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Long. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Curtis. That's everyone.
Mr. Chairman, I heard, as you did, Mr. Hudson vote no.
Madam Clerk, I heard him distantly vote no.
Okay, Mr. Hudson votes no.
All right. Is there anyone else who hasn't been recorded who seeks to vote? All right. If not, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 29 and the nays were 23.
Okay. So the vote is 29 ayes to 23 noes, and the motion to table is agreed to. So now, are there any other members seeking recognition? Well, I mean, are there any other members who want to, who have an amendment? Okay, if not, then if there is no further debate, we're going to proceed. Let me see. Okay, then we're going to proceed to the actual vote on the resolution. Question now occurs on favorably reporting HJ Res 34 to the full House. All those in favor of reporting HJ Res 34 to the House signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed will signify by saying no.
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 In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. And
Chairman.
HJ Res 34.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
I think you missed.
A recorded vote has been requested. So a recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting HJ Res 34 to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo votes aye.
Ms. Eshoo votes aye. Ms. DeGette.
DeGette votes
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle votes aye.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Butterfield votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Paul Tonko of New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader of Oregon votes aye.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes aye.
Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
VC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Ms. Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester from Delaware votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran. Ms. Rice.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes no.
Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton. Mr. Burgess.
Votes no.
Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes no.
Mr. Scalise votes no. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes no.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes no.
Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley votes no.
Mr. McKinley votes no. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith.
Mr. Griffith votes no.
Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes no.
Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson.
Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
No.
Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen.
Mullen votes no.
Mr. Mullen votes no. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes no.
Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Palmer votes no.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn of Florida votes no.
Mr. Dunn votes no. Mr. Curtis. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes no.
Ms. Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes no.
Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong.
No.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes aye.
Mr. Pallone votes aye.
Does any member still need to record their vote?
How is Mr. Schrader recorded?
Mr. Schrader, Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Schrader recorded?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Schrader voted aye.
Thank you.
Someone else spoke? Who was that? Hudson?
Mr. Curtis.
Oh, Mr. Curtis. How is Mr. Curtis recorded?
Mr. Curtis is not recorded.
Mr. Curtis?
Curtis votes no.
Mr. Curtis votes.
Votes no. Can you hear me?
Mr.
Yes.
Curtis votes no.
All right. Any other member?
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. If not, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 30 and the nays were 22.
Thank you. So the vote on HJ Res to the full House is 30 ayes to 22 noes. And as a result, HJ Res 34 is reported to the full House. Now we're going to go to the 4 cybersecurity bills. These are the ones that are bipartisan, so hopefully we won't have too much debate. The chair calls up the first bill, H.R. 2928, the Cyber Sense Act of 2021, and a clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 2931, a bill to provide for certain programs and developments in the Department of Energy concerning the
Without
cybersecurity and
objection, Madam Clerk,
vulnerabilities.
without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Are there any, well, let's go to the underlying bill. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on the underlying bill, HR 2928?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this is Bob Ladd. I'd like to strike the last word.
Yes, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I'm pleased that we are marking up HR 2928. The first of 2 bills I've introduced and worked closely with my good friend, the gentleman from California, Mr. McNerney, over the last few Congresses. This bipartisan effort will identify and promote the use of cybersecurity products in the bulk power system. It will also establish a testing process and a cybersecurity vulnerability reporting process and database. Given the recent cyber attacks on our critical infrastructure, including the Colonial Pipeline hack, now is the time for Congress to act, and passing this legislation will be a giant step forward. We as a nation need to better prepare to guard against these types of attacks, and HR 2928 will assist in this effort. I ask my colleagues to support the legislation. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Mr. Armstrong and Ms. Schakowsky's hand raised. I guess this is about this one. If not, we'll see. So Ms. Schakowsky seeks recognition on this. All right. If you don't want to speak, take your hand down. So right now I've got only Bobby Rush. Mr. Rush, you want to speak on this? Mr. Rush, you might just have had his hand up from before.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak on this. This is Mr. McNerney.
Mr. McNerney is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. McNerney?
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for recognizing me and bringing this bill to the committee. We have voted.
Did he get muted somehow?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah,
Jerry, it's you have the floor. Go ahead.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've moved this bill out of our committee twice, once during the last Congress and once during the 115th Congress. And we passed it out of the whole House in the last Congress. The CyberSense Act is a common sense legislation that takes the steps to improve the security of our electric grid infrastructure. It would establish a program to identify cybersecure products for the bulk power grid through a testing and verification program. The bulk power system is essential for providing reliable electric power to the American people. We must ensure that this is as secure as possible. Any vulnerable component in the system is a threat to our security, and this bill will take important steps to strengthen the system. It would also require the DOE to provide technical assistance to electric utilities, manufacturers, and other relevant stakeholders related to cybersecurity vulnerabilities in products under the CyberSense program. In today's world, where there are billions of connected devices in use and the number is rapidly increasing, and where we're seeing cyber threats continue to increase, this legislation is badly needed. I thank my good friend and colleague, Representative Bob Latta, for working with me on this legislation over the years. We're going to do it this time, Bob. I urge our colleagues to support this, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McNerney. Now, was there a Republican? If not, I'm going to move to Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. In the face of recent threats to our nation's critical infrastructure, the security of our crucial energy system is more essential than ever. That is why I am pleased, very pleased that my colleagues, Congressman McNerney and Congressman Latta, introduced this fine piece of legislation, H.R. 2928, the CyberSense Act of 2021. Testing and identifying the cyber security of products used within the bulk power system is an important element in strengthening the security of this system. Therefore, I support this bill's aims to create a DOE program to do just that. Equally important, Mr. Chairman, is that this bill requires DOE to engage stakeholders through technical assistance to further reduce their cyber security vulnerability. This proposal, as well as other legislation being considered today, will support our ability to impede further attacks while maintaining the reliability of this all-important system. I urge, Mr. Chairman, all my colleagues to support this bipartisan piece of legislation. And now, with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Anyone else want to speak on this bill? Okay, if not, I don't think there are any. Does someone want to speak?
Yes, Rep. Soto.
Mr. Soto is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we all have seen over the last few months that our nation is under attack by cyber terrorists harbored by Russia. The SolarWinds attack was on the federal government itself. The Colonial Pipeline, a key part of our oil and gas infrastructure in the Southeast, was hacked. JBS, a key part of our beef production, also hacked. As we see President Biden go to the G7 this week, they've acted quickly with a full audit for SolarWinds, sanctions against those responsible for SolarWinds, an executive order to improve DHS's ability to improve government networks against hackers, and requiring energy companies to provide notices of hacks, as well as a high-profile meeting with Putin this week. It's time for the Congress to get serious too. That's why I'm thrilled to support the bipartisan CyberSense Act of 2021. which identifies and promotes cybersecure products, establishes a testing process for cyber products, vulnerability reporting processes and databases. In short, this and the suite of bills we're about to vote on will help address and acknowledge that the 21st century brings to the United States evolving cyber threats, and our nation must be prepared, and this committee must step up, and I'm pleased to see us doing so today.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Anyone else want to speak on this bill? I don't believe we have any amendments. Are there any amendments? I don't think so, because this is all agreed to. So the question now occurs unfavorably. Ms. Escher, did you want to speak? Yes, you'll recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say a few words about the bill. It's a good bill because it allows the DOE to work with the private sector. But I think it's very important for everyone to understand that the private sector is in charge of the private sector. Companies, small, medium, and large, have to make the consistent investments to make sure that their systems are secure. In the case of the oil company, they left themselves wide open. And thank goodness the FBI was able to come in and help retrieve most of the ransom that was paid. That's the public sector coming in to save the private sector. So over and over again, we've seen these attacks. I think that these are really national security issues. So I think that we're on the right track, but I just wanted to state this for the record. Every company, small, medium, large in our country, yes, it's wonderful to get assistance, really professional assistance from the DOE, which is what the bill allows. But in the last analysis, they are responsible to secure their systems. So I yield back and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Escher. Unless there are further comments, I'm going to move the question now occurs. The question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 2928 to the full House. All those in favor of reporting HR 2928 to the House will signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed will say no. Okay, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And the HR 2928 is reported to the full House. Now we're going to go to the second cybersecurity bill.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I asked for 2 days to submit additional views on the legislation considered by the committee today.
Yes, so ordered.
Thank you.
The chair calls up HR 2931, the Enhancing Grid Security Through Public-Private Partnerships Act, and the clerk will report the bill.
HR 2931 to provide for certain programs and developments in the Department of Energy concerning the cybersecurity and vulnerabilities of and physical threats to the electric grid and for other purposes.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with, and the bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on the bill, HR 2931? I see, well, I think these might be from the last one. Mr. Latta, were you asking to speak on this one? No?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Yeah, the gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And again, this is the second of two bipartisan bills that my good friend, the gentleman from California, Mr. McNerney, and I have worked to improve the resiliency of our nation's grid against cyber attacks. Both of these bills passed overwhelmingly in the last House, in the last Congress, or probably in the House in the last Congress, and I hope we will see the same level of support in this Congress. When these bills are passed again on the House floor, I call on the Senate to quickly take them up so they can be get to the president's desk for a signature as soon as possible. We can't allow criminal cyber behavior like what occurred with the Colonial Pipeline to continue to go unchallenged. Both HR 2829 and 2931 will help in the fight against cyber attacks. And again, when you look at HR 2931, it directs the Secretary of Energy in consultation with the states and other federal agencies and industry stakeholders to create and implement a program to enhance the physical and cybersecurity of our electric utilities. So it's a very, very important piece of legislation. And again, I want to thank the chairman, the ranking member, and Mr. McNerney for all of their hard efforts in working on this piece of legislation. And I encourage my colleagues to support this bill. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
All right. So again, if you don't want to speak, you know, and you spoke before, lower your hand. Right now I have 4. Darren Soto, Bobby Rush, Jerry McNerney, and Anna Eshu. So Bobby Rush would be next if he would like to speak on this.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, HR 2931, the Enhancing Grid Security Through Public-Private Partnerships Act, was introduced by my friends Congressman McNerney and Congressman Latta, and it is a bill that will provide DOE and stakeholders another tool in our important work to fortify our energy systems through against external threats. This legislation will allow DOE to do better training as well as share their best practices and data to improve the physical and cyber security of electric utilities. A program like this, Mr. Chairman, will support the Department of Energy, electric utilities, and other stakeholders in mitigating a variety of threats to the security and resiliency of our nation's electric infrastructure. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I really commend my 2 esteemed colleagues for their continued bipartisan leadership on this effort, and I urge members to support them and this bill as well. Thank you. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Seeing no Republican, next in seniority is Anna Eshu, gentlewoman from California, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. I'll be very quick. What's the difference between 2928 that we just voted for and 2931? I keep reading through it, and I don't really know what the difference is between the two. What is this? What does 2931 do that 2928 doesn't?
If you give me a minute, I'll tell you.
I yield back.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, this Bob Latta, may I speak to this?
Yeah, sure. The gentleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To my good friend from California. The CyberSense Act, really what we want to make sure is that that you can go out and test the product, and so that when a company goes out and gets it, that they know that it's been tested and it's secure before they go in and installing it. So that's really important. And we also want to make sure that that the DOE is out there promoting and determining the testing process for it. So that's where you get into the actual testing. So both bills are very, very important, and what each bill does to make sure that we have a good protection out there with cybersecurity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, next I have, in order of seniority, Mr. McNerney.
I thank the chairman for recognizing me, and I want to talk about HR 2931. I appreciate Ms. Eshu's question. The CyberSense Act really is about testing and components This one's more about training and making sure that the companies know how to use the equipment. This is another important piece of legislation that we need to pass quickly to help secure our nation's grid. The Colonial Pipeline attack, coming on the heels of the cyber attack that SolarWinds identified, is a glaring warning that we can't wait any longer. Again, I'm proud to author this bill with my friend Bob Latta. HR 2931 would create a program to enhance the physical and cyber security of electric utilities. The program would develop methods for assessing security vulnerabilities. It would also provide cybersecurity training to electric utilities, advance the cybersecurity of utility third-party vendors, and promote sharing of best practices and data collection in the electric sector. Under this legislation, the Secretary of Energy would work in consultation with states, federal agencies, and industry stakeholders to create the program. By encouraging these partnerships, we will be in a better position to keep our nation's lights on and protect our grid from growing cyber threats. Additionally, HR 2931 would require the interruption cost estimate calculator, which is used to calculate the return on investment on utility investments, to be updated at least every 2 years to ensure that the calculations are accurate. Currently, it's a much longer period of time, so the results aren't that confident. And again, I want to thank my friend Bob Latta for working with me on this piece of legislation as well. We are the co-chairs of the Grid Innovation Caucus, and we want to make sure that the grid is updated as needed to meet future needs. We voted again this bill out of committee twice, once during the last Congress and once during the Congress before that, and we voted it out of the House in the last Congress. I hope we can move quickly to pass this in Congress, and with Bob Latta's support, we can get the Senate to do the same thing. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McNerney. I only have now Mr. Soto, maybe. Did you want to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, my hand was left up from the last debate.
All right. If there anyone else who wants to speak on this bill, because if not, I don't believe we have any amendments, and we'll just move to send it to the House. So the question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 2931 to the full House. All those in favor of reporting HR 2931 to the House will signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed will say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and as a result, HR 2931 is reported to the full House. The next and third of the cybersecurity bills is HR 3078. The chair calls up HR 3078, the Pipeline and LNG Facility Cybersecurity Preparedness Act, and the clerk will report the bill.
HR 3078, to require the Secretary of Energy to carry out a program relating to physical security and cybersecurity for pipelines and liquefied natural gas facilities.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill would be dispensed with, and the bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on HR 3078? I see only Mr. Joyce's hand up. Mr. Joyce is recognized, and then I see Mr. Upton. Mr. Joyce? Do you seek to speak on this, John? I can't hear him. Fred Upton had his hand up. Mr. Upton, did you want to speak on it?
I do.
Gentleman is from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes.
And I'll be very brief, not anywhere used time. This is a bipartisan bill. I want to thank Chairman Rush, yourself, Mr. Pallone, CMR. This is going to strengthen DOE's ability to respond to physical and cyber threats to our nation's pipelines. Colonial Pipeline was more than a wake-up call. We've been talking about this for a long time. So this bill is going to help hopefully address the future. As a sector-specific agency for energy, DOE's got to play a stronger lead role to protect our nation. This is going to require the Secretary to carry out a program to coordinate federal agencies, states, and the energy sector to ensure the security, resiliency, and survivability of natural gas pipelines. It's going to authorize DOE to coordinate response and recovery to physical and cyber incidents impacting the energy sector. And it's going to allow DOE to perform pilot demonstration projects. So it's not a regulatory program. Other agencies, as we've learned, like TSA, have a role to play. But when it comes to cyber security for pipelines, DOE, this is its core responsibility. They have got to be prepared. We need every tool in the toolbox. It's time for us to act. And I would urge all of my colleagues on both sides to support it, and I will yield back my time. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. So now I have Bobby Rush, John Joyce, and Dan Crenshaw. So Bobby, the gentleman from Illinois, is recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush, did you see?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, HR 3078, the Pipeline and LNG Facility Cybersecurity Preparedness Act, is designed to strengthen the Department of Energy's response to physical and cyber security threats at our nation's pipelines and liquid gas facilities. The recent ransomware attack on our critical infrastructure is, Mr. Chairman, proof positive that we must take concrete steps to remedy the energy sector's vulnerabilities to these wide and dangerous threats. With this in mind, Mr. Chairman, I am proud to join my friend and colleague, Ranking Member Upton, you, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Malone, and Ranking Member McMorris Rogers in an effort to secure the resiliency of elements within our energy system through this bill. And I thank the Ranking Member, Mr. Upton, for his work on this issue, and I ask that all my colleagues support this piece of legislation. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Mr. Joyce, did you want to speak at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I speak today in support of HR 3078, the Pipeline and LNG Facility Cybersecurity Preparedness Act. Now more than ever, it is evident that securing our energy grid must be one of our top priorities, both in this committee and across Congress. Just weeks ago, foreign adversaries demonstrated exactly how vulnerable our cyber ecosystem is by effectively shutting down the Colonial Pipeline and halting the delivery of gas across the South and the Mid-Atlantic. While pipelines continue to be the safest way to transport oil throughout the United States, we in Congress must act now to protect this critical infrastructure. This legislation will provide the U.S. Department of Energy with additional resources to develop programs to assist our nation's pipelines and LNG facilities with securing their cyberspace from nefarious actors. As we're seeing time and time again, threats from adversaries will only continue to escalate as bad actors manipulate our cyber vulnerabilities. The Department of Energy needs this legislation to fight back against any threats our country faces with swift action and minimal damage. I will continue to advocate for securing our nation's energy sector and making sure that the United States continues to set the standard for creating cyber-safe spaces for government and for industry. Again, I support this proactive legislation and recommend that the committee advance this vital policy. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Joyce. Now I see Ms. Dingle's hand is up. Ms. Dingle is recognized for 5 minutes. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Pallone, and I do move to strike the last word. Cyber attacks by state and non-state actors are on the rise, and have been, unfortunately, for many years, though we're starting to see it and understand it more. On the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency's webpage, it clearly states, the U.S. energy infrastructure fuels the economy of the 21st century. Without a stable energy supply, health and welfare are threatened, and the U.S. economy cannot function. That is true. And with the recent ransomware cyber attacks of the Colonial Pipeline system, we have just seen the real, tangible impacts of this kind of attack on our energy sector. It caused serious fuel shortages and disrupted the lives of millions of Americans. That's why I'm a very proud co-sponsor of this bipartisan legislation led by the leaders of our Energy Subcommittee, Representative Rush and Upton. HR 3078, the Pipeline and LNG Facility Cybersecurity Preparedness Act, is a critical and timely bill that would strengthen the Department of Energy's ability to respond to physical and cyber threat to our nation's pipeline and liquefied natural gas facilities. The Secretary of Energy has said she needs this. It's a common sense and urgently needed bill that I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor of and advance to the House floor. In 2012, former Secretary of Defense Leon Panetta warned of an impending cyber Pearl Harbor that would cause physical destruction and the loss of life, and an attack that would paralyze and shock the nation. Let's pass this bill, and let's do the other cybersecurity energy bills we're marking up today to ensure it doesn't happen. And we're going to work together in a very bipartisan way to protect the United States energy sector from the worst. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Dingle. And next I have a gentleman from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the sponsors of this bipartisan bill. It's important, and I just want to take the time to highlight why it's so important. There's obviously vast agreement in this committee that Russia is not our friend, and that through third-party actors, it's likely that they've been responsible for a variety of attacks on our infrastructure, including the Colonial Pipeline. And that concerns us, and this bill helps address that issue. But it's also worth highlighting the broader geopolitical challenge that we're facing with respect to Russia. It's not just in these cyber attacks that they're trying to hurt us. They're also trying to spin false narratives about the oil and gas industry. And this, of course, I didn't get to speak before on this, my own fault, but it is related. And it's worth pointing out that pipelines are so important to our energy infrastructure and to our energy independence, and important to global emissions too. Primary way to reduce emissions with respect to methane, for instance, would be to stop flaring and put that into a pipeline. Our own national laboratories have done studies on this and shows that Russian natural gas has well over 40% more emissions than US natural gas. We're just cleaner producers. And so it is simply not true that these supposedly high-minded environmentalists in France, for instance, working for Engie, declined to do business with Texas LNG companies because of our emissions. And I got them to admit this privately to me, by the way, that the real reason was geopolitical concerns. That's what they said. The Russians are trying to outcompete us, both economically in that sense, and also in a more malicious way through these cyber attacks. Our committee needs to be fully aware of that so that we can come together as Americans and say, look, we should be the ones providing cleaner energy to the world, because there are certain facts we cannot escape, such as the fact that global demand will increase, energy demand will increase by at least 25% in the next 20 years. If we continue to see that energy dominance to places like Russia, to places like Iran, which I just got word that we lifted sanctions on their energy production, by the way, lifting sanctions on Nord Stream 2, that's also not a good thing. We're ceding that energy dominance to them. This will increase global emissions. That is something we cannot ignore on the subcommittee for the environment, as well as the select committee on climate change. I do believe these are problems we must address, but we have to think about how we're doing it and maybe the unintended consequences of some of these policies. But thank you all for supporting this bill. I think it's a great bill and a good show of bipartisanship. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next, we go to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark. Her hand was up. Is Yvette Clark there?
I am, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the chairman of the Subcommittee on Energy, Mr. Rush, and the ranking member. We know that over the past year, our critical infrastructure has been put to the test. Over these last few weeks in particular, we have seen the need for critical investment in our nation's cybersecurity infrastructure. Put simply, cybersecurity must be at the foundation of our 21st century economy, both to protect us from our adversaries and to preserve our nation's competitiveness on the global stage. I've had the pleasure of serving in a leadership capacity on both the Homeland Security Committee and the Energy and Commerce Committee, each with their own unique set of priorities when it comes to this important question of safeguarding our critical infrastructure. From this experience and perspective, I can confidently say that the interconnectedness of our future is unavoidable and demands that we pursue a cohesive path forward that ensures collaboration wherever possible and avoids duplication of the responsibilities that might trigger uncertainty and cause unnecessary roadblocks in future times of crisis. My experience tells me that this Congress is uniquely poised to address our cybersecurity needs on multiple levels. We can and we must utilize this moment to ensure our nation's response will enhance the work of both CISA and its partners, such as DOE, so that each federal agency can appropriately address infrastructure security concerns within their own areas of expertise. And so I urge my colleagues to always consider the holistic picture of the federal agency apparatus as we strive to lay the groundwork that will undergird our nation's cybersecurity practices and protocols. I look forward to moving forward common sense cybersecurity legislation to the president's desk. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back and wholeheartedly support our committee's pursuit of this legislation. And I yield back.
We thank the gentlewoman, and I believe the ranking member, Ms. Rogers, would like to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cyber attacks pose a significant and rapidly growing threat to our nation's economic and national security. The threat permeates every aspect of this committee's jurisdiction, from healthcare to energy. For years, we've heard the sounding of the alarm. Now, following the Colonial cyber attack, the threat of a paralyzing attack on our nation's critical infrastructure is no longer hypothetical. Congress must act. For these reasons, I'm pleased to join Chairman Rush and Chairman Pallone in co-sponsoring Ranking Member Upton's legislation, H.R. 3078, the Pipeline and LNG Facility Cybersecurity Preparedness Act. I'm also pleased the committee has taken up 3 additional cybersecurity bills to strengthen DOE's emergency response capabilities and protect the electrical grid. As the nation witnessed the cyber attack and shutdown of the Colonial pipeline system, pipelines are absolutely critical to deliver the fuels that we are dependent upon. Following the Colonial shutdown, we saw gas stations across the East Coast run out of gasoline and airports scramble to secure enough jet fuel to keep planes in the air. Incredibly, gas stations right here in the nation's capital reported outages for almost 2 weeks due to the supply disruption. Given the cascading impacts that a cyber attack can have across the nation's energy supply chain, a coordinated government approach to cyber and physical security of pipelines, led by the Department of Energy, is essential in ensuring the safe and reliable flow of energy across the U.S. In 2015, this committee led the effort to designate DOE as the sector-specific agency for the energy sector under the FAST Act. Now Congress must act again to provide DOE with the additional authorities and responsibilities to strengthen the security of pipelines. While HR 3078 does not provide DOE with any regulatory authority, I share the view that it may be time to discuss establishing minimum pipeline security standards similar to the framework that Congress enacted to secure the electrical grid. For over a decade, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, in coordination with the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, has successfully established and enforced mandatory cybersecurity standards for the bulk power system. I look forward to supporting these cyber bills in committee today and passing them to the House floor at the next available opportunity. And thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. And let me yield myself 5 minutes to strike the last word and to basically agree with what the ranking member said. As we know, the Colonial Pipeline cyber attack underscored the threats our energy system faces from malicious cyber attacks. And I want to commend all the sponsors of these bills for their hard work to make our energy system more resilient to cyber attacks. Chairman Rush, Ranking Member Upton, Representatives of Community Ladd and Wahlberg put these energy cybersecurity issues front and center for a long time. And I wanted to specifically mention this bill, HR 3078. This bill is a priority and a common sense first step in response to the colonial attack. I strongly urge its unanimous adoption. But at the same time, going along with what Ms. Rogers said, I believe the committee must consider energy cybersecurity within the framework of energy reliability. It's time that we consider mandatory enforceable reliability standards for our nation's pipeline network, similar to the successful cooperative model our committee put in place for the electric sector under Chairman Barton and Ranking Member Dingell in the EPAC Act 2005. So I look forward to continuing to work on this important topic with my colleagues on the committee on a bipartisan basis. Now, does anyone else seek recognition? If not, we're going to move this to the full House. All right. The question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 3078 to the full House. All those in favor of reporting HR 3078 to the House will signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed will say no. And in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and therefore the bill HR 3078 is reported to the House.
Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I asked for 2 days to submit additional views on the legislation considered by the committee today.
So ordered. The chair will now call up HR 3119, the Energy Emergency Leadership Act, and the clerk will report the bill.
HR 3119 to amend the Department of Energy Organization Act with respect to functions assigned to assistant secretaries and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment. Are there any members seeking recognition to speak on the bill? Strike the last word. No one? Well, I have Dan Crenshaw and John Joyce, but that might be from previous bills. Okay. All right, then we're going to move to report the bill. The question now occurs on favor.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Tim Wahlberg here. I thought I had my hand raised.
No, you can be recognized. Go ahead. Strike the last word. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I do ask that the last word be stricken. I'd like to thank my good friend from Illinois, Mr. Rush, for continuing to work with me to get the Energy Emergency Leadership Act across the finish line. If my record keeping is correct, I believe this is the third time we've seen this bill come before the committee, each time passed on a bipartisan basis. And frankly, given what we've seen just over the last few months with disruptions to our energy supply, it's well past due for all 4 of these bipartisan energy security measures to be enacted into law. Mr. Chairman, our nation's economy and the health and safety of the American public depend upon the reliable and uninterrupted supply of fuels and electricity. Hazards of all forms, including natural disasters, digital and cyber attacks, are no longer just threats. They're occurring at an alarming rate. Whether it's power outages in Texas and California due to weather events or foreign adversaries hacking into our pipelines or grid, it's critical that we better equip our federal agencies to prevent and respond to attacks in a way that fully protects the public. Presidential administrations of both parties have recognized this by providing the Department of Energy with the responsibilities, expertise, and tools to ensure the reliable supply of energy. It's time Congress does its part by requiring the energy emergency and cybersecurity functions at DOE to be organized under the leadership of an assistant secretary confirmed by the Senate. This will ensure the department has focused and accountable leadership with high-level continuity through future administrations. HR 3119 will encourage more effective and seamless information sharing with federal and industry stakeholders on energy security threats, risks, and incidents, as well as recovery and response. By passing this bill, we as a committee are doing our part to strengthen the agency and our federal government against all energy-related hazards. I thank you and thank my colleagues who have supported this bill, and I urge a yes vote on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Wahlberg. Does anyone else wish to speak on this bill? If not, we'll move to final passage.
Mr. Chairman, I have my hand raised.
All right, gentlemen, Mr. Rush, gentleman from Illinois, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm moving to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, the recent Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack, as been previously stated, has put our nation's and the energy sector on high alert. And it is a response to the colonial crisis that our President Biden, called on the Secretary of Energy and the DOE's Office of Security, Energy Security, and Emergency Response CESAR to act on behalf of the federal government. Through their robust and timely interagency response and coordination with the company, it is clear, Mr. Chairman, that DOE and its CESAR office are vitally important sector-specific risk management and emergency response leaders. It is in this vein, Mr. Chairman, where we are officially arming DOE with an assistant secretary that will keep a laser beam focus on this work and this fundamental work. That is why I am pleased that this bill will authorize this vitally needed and new position. And I'm pleased that it's on today's agenda. Mr. Chairman, words cannot express how pleased I am with my colleague, Congressman Wahlberg, who has historically made this important effort, effort that we must recognize and take notice of today. And I want to commend him for making this a bipartisan effort. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Does anyone else I don't see any other hands up? Does anyone else want to speak on this? Okay. If not, we'll go to the question. The question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 3119 to the full House. All those in favor of reporting HR 3119 to the House will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed will say no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. And as a result, HR 3119 is reported to the full House.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I asked for 2 days to submit additional views on the legislation considered by the committee today.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Now we have one more bill which is not bipartisan. This is HR 2668 related to the powers of the FTC. The chair calls up HR 2668, the Consumer Protection and Recovery Act, as forwarded by the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Commerce, and the clerk will report the title of the bill.
Committee print to HR 2668, a bill to amend the Federal Trade Commission Act to firmly confirm the authority of the Federal Trade Commission to seek permanent injunctions and other equitable relief for violations of any provision of law enforced by the Commission.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill would be dispensed with. The bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. And I'm going to,
Mr. Chairman?
yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Mr. Bilirakis?
Yes, I move to strike the last word.
Just, I assume you're going to be opposed to it, so maybe I shouldn't, but that's what I'm assuming. So I'm going to yield.
I'm not going to be opposed to my amendment.
Oh, all right. Well, before we go to your amendment, I'd like to, hear from members who want to speak on the underlying bill, and I'm going to start with myself and yield myself such 5 minutes, and then we'll go to the others, and then we'll go to the amendments. So I yield myself 5 minutes to strike the last word. This is about the FTC and its enforcement powers. Section 13B under the FTC procedure was the single most important and most effective tool the FTC had to return money to consumers victimized by fraud and scams. It allowed the FTC to return $11.2 billion to Americans in the last 5 years alone. But as of April, this ability to help the American people no longer exists. There's no substitute provision in the law, and this crisis requires Congress to enact a legislative solution. Americans are harmed more and more every day that we delay. Right now, the FTC has 24 outstanding 13B cases with over $2 billion of potential relief at stake. Without the ability to file court cases for monetary relief, crooks basically are incentivized to break the law. So initial violations of the FTC Act can be profitable. In most cases, the FTC cannot find those who've committed unlawful acts. And without the ability to get back the unlawful profits back for consumers, bad actors can prey on consumers with virtual immunity. And with those unlawful profits, the wrongdoers can close up shop and restart as a new entity, hurting even more people. Consumers lose, and only the bad guys win. So some have said that 13B should only be addressed as part of a broader FTC reform. And I agree that other FTC reforms are important and worthy of consideration. So I hope to work with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle on these issues as well at a future hearing. But restoring monetary relief under 13B is absolutely necessary under any FTC enforcement scheme that puts consumers first. We all know this was because of the Supreme Court action, which essentially interpreted the statute to say the FTC doesn't have this power, and the court said it would be up to Congress to remedy it. So let's remember that the FTC had these authorities for over 40 years until the Supreme Court acted, and that other consumer protection agencies like the SEC and the CFPB have these authorities despite regulating a much smaller portion of the economy than the FTC. So I think it's essential that the FTC be able to deprive wrongdoers of profits from misconduct and compensate victims. That's why the FTC itself, both bipartisan, has unanimously and repeatedly pleaded with us to reaffirm the 13B authorities it desperately needs. And that's what Congressman Cardenas' bill does. So again, I think there's a sense of urgency here because of the Supreme Court action, essentially interpreting this law to say that the FTC doesn't have this ability unless Congress acts. And I understand that you might want to do other things, but in the meantime, these crooks and fraudsters are operating without any impunity, and I just don't think it's a good thing from a consumer point of view. So I urge all of my colleagues to focus on this issue in front of us today and support this bill to protect all Americans. And I yield back. Now, Mr. Bilirakis, you wanted to strike the last word.
Thank you. Before I strike, yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to ask a question, if I may, of counsel.
Yes.
Okay, please. As you know, we don't have a 3-year statute of limitations included in this amendment that I'm going to file, even though that would mirror what in Section 19 of the FTC Act. I have a 5-year statute of limitations, Mr. Chairman, I also included an equitable tolling concept to provide an additional avenue of protection. So the question of council is, with regard to the equitable tolling concept, can you confirm that this concept has not been included in the bill we're considering today? That's the question of council.
Council, is that a question that you can answer, or that's appropriate for the council?
Yes, I can confirm that the bill currently does not have an equitable tolling provision written into it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to proceed. I have an amendment at the desk.
Well, I was going to ask if we could do the underlying, those who want to talk about the bill, and then we'll go to the amendments, if that's okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Cardenas is the sponsor. Would you like to go next, Mr. Cardenas? I see your hand is up too.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to be recognized. Thank you. And also, I just want to know, my next action would be to offer an AINS to my bill, and I'm not sure, Mr. Chairman, if this is the appropriate time.
Well, I just told Mr. Bilirakis that we weren't going to do amendments until we hear people speak about the bill. So
okay, then I'll do it at the appropriate time. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other members that want to speak on the underlying bill? I see is there a Republican? Okay, then we'll go to Ms. Schakowsky, who's the the chair of the subcommittee.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we have always been a committee that's devoted to regular order, and we really have been doing that with the Consumer Protection and Recovery Act, Mr. Cardenas's bill that we're considering right now. In February, we held a hearing on COVID scams, and at that time, we discussed the need for action on Section 13B of the Federal Trade Commission Act. And in April, we held a legislative hearing, and in May, we held a subcommittee markup, which approved reporting the bill to the full committee at the end of the day. And we have always had, I say the subcommittee, and and I appreciate so much working with Mr. Bilirakis. We have had an open door policy for working with our colleagues on both sides of the aisle. And I want everyone to remember that this issue has been around since at least May of 2019, more than 2 years ago, when all 5 FTC commissioners, Republicans and Democrats, actually came before our subcommittee to warn us about the devastating consequences of letting the Supreme Court deal with the issue of 13B. And then it happened. And Representative Cardenas made it known then, I'm talking about a couple of years ago, that he would work on this legislation. But unfortunately, after the Supreme Court decision, it is more important, urgent really, than ever that we work on this. And I want to remind our colleagues what this is about. Yes, it is about one thing. It is about 39B, restoring that single most important tool of the Federal Trade Commission to make sure that consumers in every one of our states will be made whole from what the scammers have done with them, what the illegal activity has done to them. They will not be the ones that have to pay the price. And so this is really a question right now of whether or not you're going to help the scammers, the cheaters, or you're going to help consumers that have benefited to over $1 billion nationwide in just a couple of years in every single state. So I want to work with all of you, and the only that way that we could get our Republican colleagues to seriously engage was to hold that markup. Even then, there were many amendments that were filed that really had nothing to do with, that didn't focus on fixing 13B. But nevertheless, we're committed to working with my colleagues on this. You need to know that despite things that I know that you've objected to, I want you to know that even if we don't come to an agreement with my colleagues today, that we do want to work with them, and we are planning another FTC legislative hearing for the last week of June. That is a commitment. And so I know many of you have other issues that you want to talk about. And we were told we have made offers. We actually proffered some ideas, but we were told that they were not acceptable. Mainly, they didn't deal. Their suggestions did not deal with the basic bill. So we're going to move forward. We're going to work with you. We want to work with you on other FTC issues. And I know, Mr. Bilirakis, that you're sincere about that opportunity as well. And I just want to promise you right now, we're going to do one thing today, that we want everyone to vote on Mr. Cardenas's bill in support of that, and we will move on to all of the issues that you have raised. And I yield back.
Thank the chairman. I have only Democrats, so next would be Bobby Rush, if his hand is up on this one. Mr. Rush, you wish to speak on this bill?
Chairman, my hand is up from the last.
Okay. All right. Anybody whose hand was up previously, please lower it so I don't get confused. Next,
Ms. Dingle wanted to be recognized.
All right. Are you sure? Ms. Dingle?
My hand down because the subcommittee chair was so eloquent.
Oh, you want to speak or not?
No, I'll pass.
You pass? All right. So I still have Anna Eshu. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I can't help but observe the following, and that is we just had good discussions, not really debate, but because there wasn't one on the previous bills relative to ransomware, the damage that non-state and perhaps state actors, the trouble that they cause, not only domestically, but also in terms of the damage of dollars that are secured when companies are held ransom. And so in the previous two bills, the language, and I did ask what the difference was between the two bills. We voted them out. They're going to the full House. And now we come to this, where average Americans are essentially held hostage. So, if there is Republicans can't support the same principle when it comes to the average Joe or the average Mary in the country that are ripped off. I don't know. It kind of seems like political cross-dressing to me. We're going to help companies secure themselves. Why wouldn't we repair the language that the Supreme Court found to be, well, they didn't think, they said Congress needs to clarify. That's what we're doing. But you can't lose sight of the principle that the average American has been able to have their losses restored by the FTC. So I just can't help but say this isn't lost on me. And why you wouldn't stand next to your constituents who have been helped by the FTC. And because of this very specific section 13B, if you're going to apply it in one place and help companies, which passed unanimously by our committee, and now get to this and say, well, we're not so sure we want to help the average person. So, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to make that observation, and I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. I still have maybe Yvette Clark and Darren Soto. Yvette, did you want to speak on this, Ms. Clark? Maybe her hand was just up from before. Mr. Soto, did you want to speak?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
This is Yvette Clark speaking. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I really want to thank and commend my colleague from California, Congressman Cardenas, for introducing this critical piece of consumer protection legislation. Every year, every week, every day, nefarious actors prey on the most vulnerable in our society in order to scam and defraud individuals out of their hard-earned money, particularly older adults, members of immigrant communities, as well as communities of color. As a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, these acts have only increased in frequency, causing those who were already suffering from the hardship of the pandemic to suffer even more. According to the Federal Trade Commission, fraud directly linked to COVID, such as scams related to stimulus checks and unemployment benefits, have cost Americans $282 million, impacting seniors worst of all. Now more than ever, it is critical that we protect our vulnerable communities and provide the FTC with the power to bring monetary relief to those who have been defrauded or fallen victim to a scam. And I'd like to associate myself with the comments of Congresswoman Eshoo. She's absolutely correct how hypocritical of it is for us to protect companies, but our constituents, regardless of party affiliation, are truly suffering. So today, we are one step closer to re-equipping the FTC with this essential tool. So let me once again just thank Mr. Cardenas for his leadership on this important bill, as well as our subcommittee chairwoman, Congresswoman Chakowski. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlewoman, and now recognize Mr. Soto for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. The Consumer Protection and Recovery Act is a very simple bill. It allows the FTC to help fraud victims get their money back. It allows the FTC to also take ill-gotten gains away from the con artists, the criminals. A recent Supreme Court ruling took that away. This bill restores it. And the COVID-19 pandemic reminds us of how important that is as we see an increase in scams against consumers, scams regarding stimulus checks, regarding paycheck protection loans, regarding vaccines, even fake cures for COVID, like the Miracle Mineral Solution scam to sell solution primarily made up of bleach as a COVID remedy in our own home state of Miami, Florida. They sold tens of thousands of bottles and made over $1 million. These are the types of scams that we are fighting to restore the ability to take back those ill-begotten gains for our constituents. And there's an important note to be made that there's a 10-year statute of limitations under this bill. I know that's a big debate point that a lot of folks have been looking at. A 10-year statute of limitations. In recent major FTC cases against Volkswagen and DeVry University, a 5-year statute of limitation
would have blocked victims from receiving restitution in those cases. So we need to make sure there's a sufficient statute of limitations while still having closure eventually for companies as we have to move on and make sure we can conduct business. I think this strikes the right balance, and I urge you all to vote for the bill, and I yield back.
Thank you. And I think you're the last one that wanted to speak on the underlying bill. Now, let me just ask Mr. Bilirakis, I think what we should do is proceed to the AINS, which I think is largely technical, and then your amendment is to that.
Yeah, that's fine, Mr. Chairman. I think that's the proper way to do it.
All right, so then Mr. Cardenas is recognized to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Really appreciate this opportunity and looking forward to discussing the amendments that apparently will be coming before us, as this is a full committee in front of the public, and this is the way we should be handling our legislative duties. So I look forward to these discussions. I appreciate you, Mr. Chairman, prioritizing this critical issue for consumers and honest businesses within the markup today. I'd like to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute to this bill, because this amendment makes an important technical conforming amendment to Consumer Protection and Recovery Act directly related to the matter at hand, restoring the FTC's authority.
I'm sorry, I've got to have to report the amendment before you can speak.
Oh, that's right, I'm sorry.
All right, so the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2668, offered by Mr. Cardenas of California. Strike
Without
all
objection, Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be dispensed with. And Mr. Cardenas is recognized for 5 minutes at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll cut to the chase. I'd like to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute to this bill. This amendment makes an important technical conforming amendment to the Consumer Protection and Recovery Act directly related to the matter at hand, restoring the FTC's authority under Section 13B of the Federal Trade Commission Act to obtain equitable monetary relief for victimized customers. It is vitally important that this committee pass this legislation quickly so that the FTC can once again fight for consumers and prevent wrongdoers as it should. Again, as I mentioned in the subcommittee hearing, far too many Americans can't afford a lawyer. Far too many people across America are being egreged every single day. And today in this modern world, those egregements happen more often and more frequent and are attacking more of our vulnerable Americans, such as seniors, more than ever before. So with that, I appreciate the opportunity to have this urgency, Mr. Chairman. And I also thank the chairwoman of the subcommittee for having the hearing as well in good stead. And I'm glad we're here today. And I hope that we have success. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Now, unless someone else wants to speak on the AINS, I'm going to move to Mr. Bilirakis' amendment to the AINS. Does anyone else want to speak on the AINS? I know we all spoke on it. You want to speak on the AINS? Yes, the gentlewoman from Florida is recognized. Ms. Casper.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I'm going to side with consumers on this and not with the crooks and scam artists. And I encourage you to do the same. I encourage you to, and first I want to thank my good friend, Rep. Cardenas, and Chair Schakowsky as well for moving this quickly following the Supreme Court decision. The Federal Trade Commission needs the full range of equitable authorities to protect consumers. That includes injunctions to prevent the scam artists from doing certain things. It includes getting money back to consumers. That's only fair, and it includes all of the equitable remedies necessary. Here are some Florida statistics overall, just since July of 2018 that I know Mr. Bilirakis, Mr. Soto, Mr. Dunn will be interested in. Just in that short time, over 545,000 Florida residents have received over $81 million back into their pockets. And when we're talking about 13B solely. Here are a few examples. There was an office supply store and a tech company that scammed consumers out of money. They said, oh, there's malware on your software, so buy our tech services and you'll be made whole. They were scammers. And thankfully under 13B, FTC got $4 million back to over 63,000 folks. We all know that the private for-profit online colleges often had very misleading and unfair practices. They would often promise prospective students that if they attended their college, spent the Pell Grants and the other tuition, that they would be guaranteed a job with a certain high income. That was a bunch of malarkey, and fortunately about 3 million Floridians received about 9,000 Floridians received about $3 million back. These scam artists do not deserve a get out of jail free card. Seniors and military families often are targeted. It is so wrong. You all know that, like, there was another scam where people would cold call and say, oh, you have bad credit. Here, take this credit card. It has a lower interest rate. But what they didn't tell them is they would be charged thousands of dollars up front for doing it. And thankfully, they caught those folks and got their money back. And Congressman Soto's right. All of these fake cures, like they say, will cure your type 2 diabetes, will cure your chronic pain. Look, we've got to make sure that FTC has every arrow in the quiver to go after these crooks. They've got to be able to recover the ill-gotten gains. We can't let them get away with it. So I really encourage you all to pass Rep. Cardena's bill, the Consumer Protection and Recovery Act, and do it quickly. Thanks so much. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Castro. Does anyone else wish to speak on the Cardenas amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Hello, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Morgan.
Yes, Mr. Griffin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I, like everybody else, want to try to figure out what we can do to stop the scammers. But I read through the bill sometime late yesterday. There's been short notice, and I'm not on the subcommittee of jurisdiction, so I apologize if y'all have had discussions about some of this. But I'm wondering if anybody can tell me what percentage generally and historically has gone actually back to consumers, and what percentage is eaten up by the state and federal governments in their processes, or just goes back to be distributed as the state sees fit. How does that work? I also am curious, and would just say that if we were all here together, I hear that there's a fight between 5 and 10 years on the statute of limitations. I agree with my friends on the Republican side that 10 years is probably too long. I know we're going to have an amendment for 5. Seems to me we ought to be able to split the baby. I've always kind of liked 7 myself, but we can't do that because we're so far apart from one another. We can't do what legislators do, and that is go off in the side room and sort this thing out. And I'm frustrated by that. Does this, because I didn't get the impression it does this give the judge the power to be creative? I remember, and I may have the facts slightly wrong, again, because of the short notice, I wasn't able to do the research I might have done otherwise. But I remember when I was a kid, one of the big oil companies, I don't remember if it was Shell or Gulf, started adding a penny to everybody's credit card bill. And the judge who heard that case determined that what they had to do is they had to give discounted gas to everybody for a period of 2 or 3 days to make up for the money they had gotten. That got it right back to the consumers instead of sending it in to be litigated over or marshaled and litigated over by whoever might have been harmed. And of course, you're not going to send 25 cents back. Well, you might, but it made a whole lot more sense to give people a gas discount at the pump than it would to be send $25 check or 25-cent check, excuse me, to most of the people who had those credit cards that were getting improperly charged. And I'm just wondering, does this bill give the judge the flexibility on this? And I apologize that I can't go over and just ask somebody that question, because that's the kind of thing I would normally go and ask somebody in the committee room. I'm in the committee room, but there's nobody here to answer that question. and there's nobody on the other side of the aisle that I have the ability to ask those questions of. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if somebody can answer those questions, whether that's something properly put to council, and I can restate them if council thinks they can answer them. But I'm just curious because I'm trying to decide what to do on this bill, and I do have some questions because I'm not so sure we aren't actually hurting consumers by accident, but I could be wrong. But that's what happens when you try to legislate across the entire United States with all of us trying to do it, as I think Fred Upton said earlier, in a tic-tac-toe or, Brady Bunch type setting where we have the screens. And I respect the opinions of a lot of people on the other side of the aisle and recognize that we have a lot of intellectual power on this committee, and I'm just trying to find the answers to the questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Let me just say this before you speak. I mean, you understand that we don't have hearings in full committee, so the hearings are in the
I understand.
All right. But if Mr. Carnes, if you'd like to respond,
Yes.
because some of the questions are factual, not really of counsel. So if you'd like to respond.
Yes, Mr. Bilirakis can confirm with you, Morgan, that we have been trying to negotiate various aspects of this bill, and we've been doing that in good faith, both as Republicans and Democrats, and a lot of work done usually at the staff level with trying to work out language, et cetera. So those kinds of negotiations have been going on, and they'll continue to do so. Just like any bill, there's negotiations going on in the Senate as well. And when it comes to judges having discretion, the way the process works is the FTC goes before a judge and petitions through the courts the kinds of actions. So the judges are in fact involved. They do have discretion as they normally do. And then sometimes it is a judgment if it goes that far, and sometimes it's a negotiation of a settlement. And that would happen at the FTC level, reported to the actual court, the judge that is handling the case. So
would the judge have the flexibility to say, okay, on this particular product, and I'm thinking more of a product situation, for the next 5 days, the price is going to, or for a certain set period, the price is going to be reduced because you gouged people?
I would imagine that if the judge were to make that recommendation, it would be up to the FTC and then the actual person that is being taken action against for them to decide that. I haven't been in one of the hearings myself, but just in general practice, before judges, they do tend to make recommendations and suggestions and ask the parties to go back and try to work those things out. So I don't see any reason why that discretion is not afforded in this process.
All right.
I yield back.
Wait, Frank, if I could just answer one other
Frozen,
question
Morgan.
from Mr. Griffith.
Gentlewoman, I don't think you didn't speak on this. So yes, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say, Mr. Griffin, that Virginia, for example, $16,775,885 went to 145,860 consumers. Now, I don't know if there were additional fees, other fees, not additional, other fees that went to the court. But the numbers that we have are the numbers, the dollars, and the number of consumers that receive those dollars, and that's quite a bit of money. So this is not about skimming it off then for the, to cover the cost of the government.
All right. Does anyone else want to speak on the aims? That's where we are. If not, we're going to go to Mr. Bilirakis' amendment to the aims.
Ms. Eshu had her hand
Ms.
up.
Eshu, you're recognized to speak on the aims for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. A couple of things. First of all, every member, I believe, received a letter in their office, as I did at mine this morning, a letter from the National Chamber of Commerce. They object to the underlying bill, and what they are for are exactly what is in Mr. Bilirakis' amendment to the bill, and that's his prerogative, 5 years. I want to speak to the 10 years so that hopefully there'll be a deeper appreciation of why 10 is in the bill relative to amending Section 13B. Some of these issues last for a long time. If anyone has tracked the pursuit of for-profit colleges and the dollars that have been ripped off in so many cases, overwhelmingly, by our military, those that serve in the military. I mean, it's really sickening what has happened to some people and how highly injurious it is. So it takes time to develop some of these cases. So if you put a 5-year limit on it, well, you know what? You're putting parentheses around it, and that means subtraction. Fewer people will be protected. So I reject the National Chamber of Commerce stance in this case. I don't think it's a plausible case, and I don't think that it helps consumers in this country. Why are we afraid to have a longer time frame so that if in fact people have been ripped off and it takes, and they are, we know that, the facts are all there, that the FTC would have even a longer period of time to be able to resolve these and make people whole. So I wanted to maybe broaden out the discussion. Again, I don't know if you've all seen the letter that the National Chamber of Commerce sent. They sent it to all of our offices. We got it this morning, and it tracks absolutely perfectly with what Mr. Bilirakis is offering, except I think it's a flawed case. In fact, I think it's injurious to consumers. I yield back.
All right. Anyone else want to speak on the Ains? Otherwise, we'll move to Mr. Bilirakis' amendment. Since we're already discussing it, I guess we might as well move towards it. Mr. Bilirakis, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to stick to the amendment, even though I do want to make some comments, but let me offer this amendment. So I do have an amendment at the desk.
Does the clerk have Mr. Bilirakis' amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2668, offered by Mr. Bilirakis of Florida.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the Bilirakis amendment will be dispensed with. And
Mr. Chair, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
The Vice Chair, Ms. Kelly, reserves a point of order.
Reserve the point of order.
She reserved the point of order. And the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. As I've said before, I do appreciate my colleague, Mr. Cardenas, my good friend, and we do want to work this out, folks. And I know there has been negotiations on the committee level, the staff level, but I think we need to get together and sit around the table. And I know we can work this out with regard to the statute of limitations. And let me just say this: if it's initiated, correct me if I'm wrong, Council, but if it's initiated within the 5 years, then it can go obviously longer. We're concerned with the 10 years. People, the trade, I don't know how many FTEs there are, but they're going to look at the backlog, just like with the VA. And we have an appeals process, and the appeals process lasts 5 to 7 years. Well, what about the people that filed the claim 3 months ago? They have to wait in line, and that's not fair. So in any case, but I do want to, everybody wants to protect consumers on this committee. There's no question, but we must get it right. The legislation has to be responsible and practical. So I fully agree that we absolutely need to ensure that the FTC has adequate tools to fight against bad actors committing unfair or deceptive acts or practices against our constituents. That's why I'm pleased to offer the Republican compromise that we believe strikes the right balance to provide the FTC with necessary tools to fight bad actors, but also places much needed guardrails to keep the FTC from shortcutting due process and exceed their authority like they did in the 1970s. My amendment would clarify that the FTC can seek restitution and disgorgement in cases involving unfair or deceptive acts or practices where a reasonable person would have known the potential violation under consideration was unfair or deceptive. It would also add economic guardrails to the Commission when seeking restitution or disgorgement by ensuring the FTC has a sound basis for seeking such monetary relief. It also very clearly remains in the bounds of our jurisdiction, which is very important, which was an objection to language we offered at the subcommittee markup. Since the FTC's 2003 disgorgement policy was specific to competition cases, this was in despite of Republican commissioners speaking in support of reinstating that policy during their opportunity to testify in front of the Senate Commerce Committee, but also were excluded. They were excluded in our legislative hearing in the House during the subcommittee hearing. My amendment also seeks to address our concern with the statute of limitations by granting the FTC a 5-year retroactivity. I understand there's been some discussion even today with regard to compromising on that. Let's get this right, folks, for the benefit of our, we don't want any unintended consequences, like Morgan said. So again, my amendment also seeks to address our concerns with the statute of limitations. As I said, currently, this legislation will allow the FTC to seek equitable remedies in violation, again, to that going back 10 years. That's what the bill says, the Ains bill. Shorter statutes protect against surprises through the assertion of claims long after the conduct, when evidence may be stale or no longer available, and it serves to encourage the timely filing claims by regulatory agencies. Let's look at precedent. 10 years is a long time. Equitable remedies also discourage bad actors from seeking to violate the law in the future. And I believe a shorter statute will further discourage bad behavior. Additionally, I know my colleagues were concerned that a 5-year statute of limitations may preclude the FTC from seeking remedies from bad actors, like my good friend Ennis Eshu said, especially in cases like the Volkswagen Group of America case. I believe that was brought up. That's why my amendment would grant a grace period to the FTC if the commission can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that an entity engaged in an intentionally deceptive or fraudulent conduct which prevented the commission from bringing a suit. The court may allow the commission to seek equitable relief beyond the 5-year statute. And I understand there are members, and I'm not going to name them, on the other side of the aisle that aren't really pleased with the 5-year statute. They think it should be higher. I truly believe this is a real and thoughtful compromise on the statute of limitations we can all support. It provides a reasonable time frame for the FTC to retroactively seek equitable relief while providing guardrails to exceed that under special circumstances, and there should be. My amendment fairly addresses our concerns while allowing the FTC new authorities to seek equitable remedies. I hope my friends across the aisle will agree. I encourage all my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I will ask for a recorded vote. Thank you very much, and I appreciate the chairperson of the subcommittee, Mr. Kelsey, my good friend, offering that legislative hearing, or at least, the legislative hearing toward the end of the month on the other bills. But there are amendments today that are germane to the particular bill, and they were also offered. A couple of them were withdrawn by myself in the last committee hearing, so in the legislative markup. So thank you very much, and I yield back.
I move to strike the last. This is Cardenas.
I have actually 6 people, Tony, that want to speak. So I have to go in order of seniority. Ms. Eshu is first. If she seeks to, do you want to speak on the Preparedness amendment, or you already spoke?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Rockets.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do. I don't understand what the harm is. I sincerely don't. What the harm is with having an extended period of time. You're agreeing in your amendment that there should be an extended period of time, but you shorten it. It seems to me that those issues that can be resolved in the shortest period of time, that we all agree that they would be. Some take longer. Everything is not going to take 10 years. But if there's a large case and it takes longer to move through it, you need that time. And we've already raised the issue of Volkswagen and other longer term issues. So I don't know, it seems to me that that we're not allowing for some things that would take longer. And my question is why? Who does it harm? Doesn't harm anybody to have that in the language. It's there. It actually will protect if, in fact, a longer period of time is needed. So I don't want to see anyone screwed and tattooed in plain English. And so if it takes 10 minutes, terrific. If it takes, 5 months, okay. If it takes 5 years and it gets done, then the individuals are made whole. But if they need more time, and we have that, I think that we're taking all of these cases into consideration. It's not 25 years. It's not a half a century, for heaven's sakes. But every member knows on both sides of the aisle that there are always complex cases that take time for agencies to pursue the individuals, to prove that there has been harm. I think that we are really much better off with what's in the underlying legislation. And I think the world of Gus. He knows I love his father. He's been a good friend and a personal friend besides a colleague. I think you're wrong on this, Gus. I really do. I don't think you have any horrible underlying intentions, but I don't think the National Chamber of Commerce is right on this one. I really don't. And we're talking about some really grievous things that take place. And all morning long, we were debating about, not debating, but being self-congratulatory, and I think admirably so, that that we want to do everything we can to help companies so that ransomware, injury that's done to the public, we want the DOE, we want this one, that one, the agencies helping and good legislation. And then we get to this and we're taking a U-turn. Doesn't make sense to me. I really think, I don't think my Republican friends are going to be injured by having a longer period of time to make sure that the FTC can do everything possible to make people whole when they've been so damaged. And I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go now to Morgan Griffith. This gentleman is recognized if he wants to be.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me get my mask off. I appreciate it. I just want to make sure everybody's clear on the record that the statute of limitations is not how long it takes to litigate the case, but the statute of limitations is when you file the case, so that if so the 5 or 10 years, whichever number you particularly like, that's the time in which the FTC would have to file a case. Once they file it, if it takes 20 years to resolve it because it's a complicated case and it takes 20 years, that's just to say you've got to put the company on notice that there's a problem and that you're looking into it and you're coming after them because they have somehow violated the law. And that's why a lot of times people don't like the longer statute of limitations, because the company needs to know how long they need to carry their errors and omissions insurance, or their, if they've got money set aside for the liability, they need to know how long they need to keep it. If you tie up that for 10 years, then obviously it's double the amount of time over the 5 years that you have to have the money sitting there. And once the statute goes past and you're out of the woods on something that, you know, may be an issue, then you no longer carry the insurance, or you no longer keep that money out from being able to be invested in other parts of your company. So I just wanted to clarify that point, and I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank the gentleman. So I have next would be Ms. Schakowsky, the subcommittee chair, recognized for 5 minutes.
So my understanding is that the amendment, from what I heard you say, Mr. Bilirakis, also imposes a requirement that the FTC prove a reasonable person would have known their conduct was dishonest or fraudulent. So some have referred to this as the reasonable person standard, but in reality, it is the dishonest or fraudulent standard, because that is what the FTC must prove in order to recover anything under it. And, you know, so the purpose of 13B is to get victims back the money that was taken away from them as a result of illegal activities. And having shown that the law was broken and that a consumer lost funding as a result, it makes no sense to only return the money if the FTC can prove that the defendant knew that he was breaking the law. I mean, this is, as referred to earlier, as one of the aspects of a get out of jail free card. Well, I didn't know that I was cheating, and therefore I don't have to pay anybody anything. I think that's not the way we do it. If a law was broken, that is the responsibility of whoever is scamming somebody to know that and to say, well, I didn't know, and so we're not going to be able to give back anything at all, is not right. And so I think that's one of the faults that's in this legislation. And I yield back.
Thank you. I see Mr. Armstrong has his hand up. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I actually appreciate Congressman Bilirakis' amendment. Just for some clarification and some maybe context, the general theft federal statute of limitations is 5 years. General fraud statute of limitations is 5 years. And I just want to clarify, the reasonable person standard doesn't actually apply to the person who you are investigating. It's actually a legal term of art that is used quite often, and it applies to any other reasonable person would look at it, not the fraudster, not those types of people. So I think the amendment makes the bill better. I would support the amendment. I still have a real problem with not dealing with retroactivity. I think it's going to cause all kinds of problems. There are going to be conflicting viewpoints. There are going to be litigation. We had the opportunity to do this, but I think if we're going to if we're going to use the general statute of limitations for the criminal equivalences of these violations, it makes a ton of sense to keep some code consistency and at least apply that in the civil realm as well. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Next, we would have Mr. McNerney from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you're recognized.
Well, thank you. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm just as anxious as anyone to get back to in-person committee hearings, but I agree with the chairman that we should really err on the side of safety. You can still get infected and be a carrier, even if you have the vaccine, and pass that back on to loved ones, such as children that have been too young to get the vaccine. So let's be cautious here and err on the side of safety. I also want to thank my friend and colleague, Mr. Cardenas, for bringing this quickly to the committee. I deeply appreciate the sincerity of my friend from Florida's amendment, but permit me to disagree here, Gus. The amendment shortens the statute of limitation to 5 years while pretending to create a way for the FTC to reach back further. A 5-year limitation period does nothing but let scammers and fraudsters get away with money they stole. And this isn't theoretical. There are many cases where the consumers would have lost out if 5-year statute of limitations were in place. For example, customers who bought Volkswagen cars based on fraudulent fuel efficiency claims more than 5 years before the FTC brought the suit would have lost out. Many students, including veterans, would have not gotten their money back from the DeVry University scam, depending on where they attended school. And the tolling provision that was added does not address the main problem with the short limitation period. The difficulty the FTC often has in finding and investigating wrongdoing in the first place. The FTC has told us repeatedly that it's not always possible to discover violations quickly enough to make those who are harmed be paid back. The tolling also helps only in rare instances that after they already are trying to bring suit, the FTC can prove that the bad actor took some subsequent action that prevented the suit from being filed within 5 years. Lawbreakers should not lawbreakers should not be rewarded simply because they are good at hiding their crimes. A short statute of limitation provision is picking winners and losers among perpetrators and victims. It's basically saying that if you're good enough at hiding your illegal activity, you can get the money you took through malfeasance and you can keep it. And it's also telling the victims that you can forget about getting any of the money back that you were cheated out of. This amendment would incentivize crooks to better conceal their identities and whereabouts and activities to avoid detection. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McNerney. I don't see another Republican.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, but you already spoke. Somebody would have to. Does another Republican want to ask for time and yield to Mr. Bilirakis? You could do that.
Mr. Chairman, this is Bob Ladd. I'll yield to my friend from Florida.
Mr. Ladd is recognized. You want to yield to Mr. Bilirakis? But now I lost Mr. Bilirakis.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, again, folks, first of all, the tolling language was put in by us, and it does do something. There's no question. It gives you an exception to the 5 years if there's deception going on, and there clearly is in a lot of cases, or it would extend the statute of limitations. Secondly, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but the statute of limitations, is particularly under Section 19 of FTC, the Act, is 3 years. So we're not decreasing the statute of limitations. We're trying to make it practical. And we believe that this will benefit the consumers, obviously. Just like that example that I said with the VA. I mean, if there's a tremendous backlog out there and people are working on old and stale cases, what happens to these folks? And again, Morgan's right. I mean, all we're doing is you've got to initiate the transaction, in other words, the claim, prior to the 5 years in my particular amendment. So, yeah, listen, we're all on the same side and we can talk touchy-feeling and everything else, and it's wonderful. We've got to go after these bad actors in a bad way, but it's got to work. As I said before, we've got to get it right. And this venue is really not the best place because we can't talk to each other. We can't have a roundtable discussion in the way we would like to. You know, again, I'm willing to compromise. I want to do the right thing, but just bringing these statistics out, yeah, I agree with it. We got to catch these bad people. I mean, no one cares about their seniors and veterans more than I do, okay, and my constituents. I've proven that over the years. But again, it's got to work. haste makes waste. And I'm willing to work with you all on this. But grandstanding, political grandstanding, and saying that we're for the crooks, which is not the case, is not going to help matters. It doesn't do anything for our constituents. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the time. Appreciate it.
Mr. Latford.
Well, thank you very much. Are there any other Republicans wishing my time? If not, I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next, I have Mr. Cardenas, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And again, I really enjoy the opportunity to be a fellow legislator with all of us on this committee. And I do appreciate the sincerity and the effort that everybody's putting into this issue and many others. Yet at the same time, my bill is something that is going to protect the consumers. And then on the broad sense, I don't accuse anybody on this committee of not wanting to protect our consumers across this country. And even though Mr. Bilirakis said that maybe there's nobody else out here who loves our veterans more than him or what have you, again, I think that we're all way up there when it comes to respect for our seniors, our veterans, et cetera. And
I agree. I agree. We all love our veterans and our seniors equally. No question.
Okay. All right. So with that, Mr. Bilirakis, I've enjoyed negotiating with you, and our staffs have gotten to know each other much better over the last few weeks. And we have been talking about reducing it from 10 years to 8 years to possibly 7 years, et cetera. And there's been some really good recommendations about possibly 7 years with additional opportunity for there to be equivalency and fairness for, in some cases, possibly going beyond 7 years. And that I'm very pleased to have seen and heard that in the discussions. But Mr. Bilirakis's amendment would basically weaken the FTC's ability to do its job to the extent that it has been able to before the U.S. Supreme Court actually said, legislature, we do not interpret their authority the way they've been using it. And Congress, if you want them to have that authority restored, it's up to you to do so. One of the things I'd like to point out is that right now there are 24 pending cases that are worth $2 billion with a B of $2 billion of consumer harm. So that's nearly $2 billion stolen from consumers that this amendment would possibly not allow them to actually restore those funds back to the American people. We also don't want the bill to be weakened in any way where the FTC would have to depend on Section 19. And the debate in the subcommittee actually exposed how Section 19 in no way should be a substitute for 13B. Section 19 has tremendous weaknesses that could and will constantly be exploited by bad actors out there. And like I mentioned earlier, everybody has known and witnessed what we just saw recently with our energy sector and the kinds of activities that are going on today. In the old days, people would have to show up to the bank with a gun to actually take the money. These days, people are doing it from all over the world. They're doing it from all across the country. And it takes time and energy to find out who the heck did that. Where are they coming from, et cetera. So this statute is something that I think is appropriate and modern when it comes to the difficulties for quite frankly, a small government entity like the FTC to actually do its job to protect over 328 million Americans. And with the nefarious actions that are going on more and more every single day, with the ability for bad actors to get into those games and actually to game our seniors and our veterans and everybody else, I think that this amendment would just weaken that. I think that there is opportunity for us to continue to negotiate on various aspects. Certainly, we've tossed back and forth less than 10 years. Like I said, I'll reiterate, 7 years, 8 years, and with some really beautiful language that might allow it to go beyond that time frame if, in fact, the particular situation warrants it and it can be justified. So with that, I just want to encourage my colleagues.
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield briefly?
Sure, Mr. Bilirakis.
Yeah, well, listen, again, I look forward to working with you one-on-one and trying to iron this out before I know where this amendment is going. But before we get to the floor, I will tell you that the fact that we didn't have the commissioners, Republican commissioners, were not invited to testify before the subcommittee hearing. We didn't get an opportunity to hear from them. And I understand that we can't rely on Section 19. There's no question. So again, we've got to do, the devil's in the details. We have to do it right. I don't want to have to come back next year. I know there's an urgency, but we have plenty of time. Let's do it right so that we don't have to amend the bill in the future. And I really appreciate your comments and your willingness to work with me.
Again, I appreciate your sincerity, Congressman Bilirakis, and I look forward to continuing to negotiate with you as this process is ongoing. And I mentioned earlier, the Senate is also involved as well. So
absolutely,
we have opportunities to come to a compromise that will be right-sized. And at this time, unfortunately, your amendment is far too aggressive than I would like to agree to. So I'm encouraging my colleagues to vote no on the amendment. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you. I don't see Republicans, so I'm going to go to Kathleen Rice is recognized, a gentlewoman from New York, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
For the past 40 years, the FTC has been able to seek 13B relief for any action brought under the dozens of statutes it enforces. Limiting 13B relief to unfair and deceptive practices, as this amendment does, eliminates the FTC's ability to continue to pursue its other cases. That includes seeking injunctive relief in anti-competition cases, like the FTC's current case against Facebook. And now, as we all know, Facebook, a company that we all agree needs greater oversight, is seeking to have its case dismissed in light of the Supreme Court's ruling. At this very moment, as Mr. Cardenas pointed out, we are jeopardizing the recovery of over $2 billion in 24 pending cases the FTC is currently pursuing. If this amendment passes, the FTC would be unable to obtain critical relief for consumers when drug companies adopt anti-competitive actions to delay the introduction of generic drug alternatives, or when online marketplaces collude to maintain monopolies in e-prescribing, or when tech giants like Facebook leverage their enormous market share to squelch competition and harm smaller entrants. Instead, we should act now to pass HR 2668, because dismantling the FTC's authority to obtain monetary relief under 13B threatens competition and the strength of the economy itself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. I see Mr. Schrader's hand went up. Mr. Schrader's recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, I've been trying to listen very closely to the hearing. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm at an extreme disadvantage. I just want to say at the outset, I'm a strong supporter of Mr. Cardenas's bill. We're ostensibly trying to restore the FTC's ability to, frankly, make sure that these scammers, these bad actors, don't get a free ride, and that there's some restitution to those people that are victimized. I'm strongly in support of that, and there's been a little hyperbole on the hearing, and I think most everyone, as I understand it, is in favor of making sure that these scammers are held accountable at the end of the day. And it gets down to some definitional issues, and I'm a little unclear, to be honest, Mr. Chairman. As I understand it, injunctive relief was what the original statute said. It did not talk about remedies, and historically the FTC has done remedies, and so we're trying to restore that ability of the FTC, despite the fact the original statute did not provide for that. And I think that's great. It doesn't sound like there's a lot of disagreement on that. So it gets to me, the statute of limitations, I'll leave to those that are perhaps more versed in that arena. But what bothers me as a business person is the evidentiary standard. My understanding is most of these are pretty egregious cases. That the Volkswagen stuff, the scholarship things, those are pretty pretty egregious, and people are knowing when they're scamming people here. And I think that the standard that Mr. Bilrakis has talked about is probably going to be met. I worry about the business person that buys a product from another business person who knows that their product is fraudulent or that doesn't work, but the guy who bought it to sell to the end consumer doesn't know that. And I worry they could get caught up in this too, because, you know, did they know or not know? It's not relevant to that. They just sold that bad product, ergo they're responsible and face criminal prosecution or penalties. And so I actually am in favor of Mr. Bilrakis's amendment. I think it makes some sense, at least at this point in time. I would be interested to know my ultimate decision before the bill comes to the floor would be based on what evidentiary standard the FTC has been using to win its cases. That would tell me a lot. If they've been using the standard that Mr. Cardenas has in his bill, that would make a big difference to me. If they're using the one that Mr. Bilrakis has been talking about, that too would make a big difference. You know, this is a short hearing. We only just got the notice of the hearing. We only just got the amendment. We're having problems with running our railroad right now, Mr. Chairman, and it's causing some consternation in a committee that generally gets along really, really well. So I have concerns and just wanted to make sure you and everyone else understood that, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I don't see any other, anyone else who wants to speak on the Bilrakis amendment. So with that, we're going to go to the Bilrakis amendment, and then we'll go to the Ains, and then we'll go to final. We're now going to vote on the Bilrakis amendment to the Ains. Everyone's clear on that. All those in favor of the Bilrakis amendment will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed will say no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I think I won. I call it. I like a roll call.
Point of order.
I'd like a roll call.
Wants a roll call. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor.
Mr. Chair, did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I heard that he wants a roll call vote, right? That's what we're going to do. Okay. A recorded vote is ordered on the Bilrakis amendment. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed to the Bilrakis amendment will vote no. And the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshu.
Eshu votes no.
Ms. Eshu votes no. Ms. DeGette.
No. DeGette votes no.
Ms. DeGette votes no. Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Kowski.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Paul Tonko from New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader from Oregon votes yes.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Mr. Cardenas from California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey.
VC votes no.
Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan. Barragan votes no. Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester of Delaware votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley.
Give me a second.
Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger votes aye. They'll
Mr.
get to me in a
Kinzinger
minute.
votes aye. Mr. Griffith.
Make 3 or 4.
Griffith votes aye.
Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
I'm coming up.
Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye. Mr. Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Miss Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Miss Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Does any member wish to, does any member still need to be recorded?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded? Peter Welch.
Mr. Welch, is he recorded?
Mr. Welch votes no.
Thank you. All set.
Is there anyone else who's not recorded? Okay, the clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, is Griffith recorded?
Is Mr. Griffith recorded, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Griffith votes aye.
Thank you.
All right, did I miss anyone else? All right, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 25 and the nays were 27.
So the amendment, I'm sorry, let me repeat that. The vote is 25 ayes to 27 noes.
Excuse
So-
me, Mr. Chairman. I called the roll wrong. I'm sorry.
Yes,
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 25 and the nays were 28.
28. Okay. So on that vote, the vote is 25 ayes to 28 nays, and the amendment is not agreed to. I don't believe there are any further amendments. Am I correct? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Oh, yes, okay.
Mrs. Rogers.
Let me get See if the clerk has that one.
Pronounce,
It's labeled SLW0101.
Okay. The clerk has it? Madam Clerk, do you have the Rogers Amendment?
Yes, I do.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2668 offered by Mrs. Rogers of Washington. Before Section 1 of the bill, insert
Without
the following.
objection, the reading of the Rogers Amendment will be dispensed with.
And Mr. Chair, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
The Vice Chair, Ms. Kelly, reserves a point of order. And the gentlewoman from the ranking member is recognized as Rogers for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I'm calling up the SU privacy proposal. And this is to call attention to the importance of passing a privacy law this Congress, enacting a national privacy standard. Last Congress, Chair Schakowsky, as she knows, we worked very closely. We tasked our staffs to work in good faith to come up with a privacy bill, a proposal to enact a national privacy standard. It's very important. It's only been underscored since COVID, the importance of passing a national privacy law. It's important to consumers that are very confused right now, as well as businesses that need the certainty so that we don't continue to see this patchwork of laws being developed at the state level. Stakeholders on both sides of the debate took it seriously. 1 year ago, well, actually, when COVID hit, so it was right at the end of December of 2019, we had a staff draft, and then COVID hit. But the concerns that were raised then, and the importance of addressing privacy and enacting a privacy law had only been heightened with COVID. This legislation to address the patchwork concerns establishes a short-term California-like law to provide us an option to put something in place so that we could at least negotiate a federal law. You know, we're now 6 months into this Congress, and the single most important bill I would submit that the Consumer Protection and Commerce Subcommittee needs to be working on, yes, even more important than autonomous vehicles, is still on the back burner. There's been a call to action by a variety of trade groups and consumer groups that are calling upon Congress to pass a law. And the goal today is to get this committee to take it seriously. Now, it does sound like the administration may agree. I was very pleased with an exchange I had with Secretary Raimondo on Tuesday, who concurred with the need for a national privacy standard. The chair, Jan Schakowsky, has offered to do bipartisan roundtables to discuss the topic. Our goal is to get a timeline, to get some hearings, and we need a markup. Part of the offer, our offer to the majority on the bill before us today was, and in the negotiations that were underway, was some kind of we were seeking some kind of a commitment to a hearing by August. And I'm glad that the majority is considering that. However, Senator Wicker offered 13B and privacy as a package last Congress. Chair SU takes privacy very seriously. And there's frankly a lot that I may not agree with in this legislation, but just like 13B, there's going to be more steps along the way. The Senate Commerce Committee and our great committee is going to have to resolve the differences at some point. The same set of principles will be negotiating. So I say, let's move forward, let's vote, let's get the ball rolling. We need it, the American people need it. That's the current process, but the current process is not getting us where we need to be. And with that, I would ask for support of this amendment. Yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak on the Rogers Amendment? It's an amendment to the aims. Anyone else want to speak? Ms. Eshu's hand is up. Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. First, I feel really rather honored and flattered that the ranking member of the full committee has cast a spotlight on my legislation on privacy. It's a huge issue and it's a complex one. And I would be really pleased to have you join me on it. But since it's being raised, I want to say a few words about it because it's in this amendment. I think I couldn't agree more that the issue has to be addressed. And since my legislation is in the amendment, you should all know that Congresswoman Lofgren and myself, I don't think I've ever worked so long and put in so many hours on a piece of legislation. We worked a full year with stakeholders, with academicians, with companies, with public interest organizations, you name it, we worked with them. We put the draft out to them. They came back during the summer of 2019 with their suggestions, with their compliments, with their hesitancies, and we worked again with them to refine the legislation. So this product has been called by academicians and others as singularly the most comprehensive privacy legislation in the Congress. That's Senate and House. So we're proud of that work product. So I agree fully that this issue needs to be addressed. It is complex. It's really complicated. So it will take time. It took time to draw it up. It's going to take time to work on it and move it. But we need to start. We need to do that. Now, so my door is open to everyone relative to the legislation. And while I strongly, obviously urge the committee to advance privacy legislation, you know, the bill we're considering is about protecting victims of fraud and scams, and we've got to take care of that today. So I thank the gentlewoman from Washington, the ranking member of our full committee, for raising the issue of privacy. You know, on the FTC, I think at least some of you know that I haven't minced my words when it comes to the FTC over many years. I've been critical of the agency for not enforcing laws stringently enough and for not taking full advantage of the authorities it has. So I've introduced legislation, obviously, which is now in the amendment before us. My legislation, colleagues, creates a new agency to enforce privacy legislation, because I think the issue deserves a really focused agency. Every other industrialized nation in the world has an agency focused on privacy. We are nowhere in this country even close to that. And I don't think that the agency that has jurisdiction now is doing enough. But I also don't think that they have enough people to do what needs to be done. So, obviously, I think we should focus on and advance 2668 on its own. Thank you again to Mrs. Rogers for placing, I think, a well-deserved spotlight on my legislation. But, you know, forget the tongue in cheek. It is a serious issue. Energy and commerce needs to start working overtime on it. And that I agree with. But let's get back to 2668. That's the issue at hand. And we should pass it. So I guess if you want to put me in a position of voting against my own bill, I will, because I understand how it's being used. So half of it is, it's half and half. positive and negative. And with that, colleagues, I'll yield back. I just wanted to explain what it is, where it belongs. We should move, and but it doesn't fit today. And I think we all get that. Thank you, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlewoman. I have 4 people that want to speak, and then we would have to go to the point of order. So we have Ms. Shikawa. No, I'm sorry. Next would be Morgan Griffith. He's recognized if he wants to be. Maybe he's left over from the past one. All right, how about Mr. Goss? Are you left over also from the last one?
I'm here.
All right, you want to speak? You're recognized.
I'm not left over.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I just want to say I fully support Leader Rogers' privacy amendment. We have been pushing this issue for some time, as you know, and many of my colleagues across the political spectrum are supportive of congressional action on a federal privacy framework. Our current patchwork of state laws is inadequate, in my opinion. I strongly believe we must enact a federal preemption and a national privacy standard that protects all Americans. We are missing an opportunity to do so this afternoon. I think it should be included in this bill, and I appreciate Leader Rogers' willingness to push this forward. Again, we can't wait any longer. And then, Mr. Chairman, briefly, just something to think about when we go to the floor of the House of Representatives. On that last amendment, I was doing some of my homework during the roll call, and as far as the statute of limitations, this is the Greek stubbornness in me. As far as the statute of limitations for fraud, Illinois, 3 years, California, 3 years, Florida, 4 years, Connecticut, 3 years, Virginia, 2 years, Maryland, 3 years, just to name a few. So maybe we can think about that in our negotiations before it gets to the floor of the House of Representatives. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm still insisting on my point of order.
All right, well, if the gentlewoman insists on her point of order, I'm prepared to rule. The gentlewoman from Illinois has raised a point of order that the amendment is not germane because it introduces a new subject to the text proposed to be amended. And the chair finds that the subject matter of the amendment is FTC equitable relief. The subject matter of the amendment is broader than FTC equitable relief, and as such, the amendment is not germane. It's for that reason the point of order is sustained. So now we're going to go, are there any other amendments to the Ains? If not, we'll proceed to a vote on the Ains.
Oh, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, who is that?
Burgess here. I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Burgess Dr. Burgess has an amendment.
Yes.
Does the clerk have an
0102
amendment?
XML SLW 0102.
Madam Clerk, do you have the Burgess amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have the amendment.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for HR 2668 offered by Mr. Burgess of Texas. Before Section 1 of the bill, insert the following. Division A, Consumer Protection and Recovery.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the Burgess amendment is dispensed with. And
Mr. Chair, I reserve a point of order.
Vice Chair Ms. Kelly reserves a point of order, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'll just tell you the point of order is unnecessary because this amendment is absolutely germane to the discussion we're having this afternoon. This amendment would make it unlawful for any person to engage in a pattern or practice of sending written communications that state or represent that the recipients may be infringing or have infringed on a patent regarding a COVID-19 related product. And if that is done in bad faith, these actions are better known as patent demand letters. Patent assertion entities was another term of art that was used a few years ago. the Consumer Protection Subcommittee two Congresses ago, we worked to combat abusive patent demand letters by introducing the Targeting Rogue and Opaque Letters Act. The bill has actually been introduced in this Congress. It's H.R. 192 in the 117th. Patent demand letters limit innovation. They stymie progress by threatening legal action, which has no basis in fact. And we're finally starting to see some signs of recovery from the coronavirus pandemic, thanks in a large part to the success of Operation Warp Speed and the incredible scientific and medical community that developed a vaccine in record time, and the actions of the previous administration to secure vaccine doses prior to its actual approval by the FDA. All of that was phenomenal and phenomenally important and has allowed us a platform for recovery. But we also have to reflect on the fact that a worldwide pandemic is not the time for trial lawyers to flourish. During times of crisis, individuals, communities, and governments must place the well-being of the global community above their own selfish interests. Republicans have sought to reform the Federal Trade Commission and make it work better for consumers for several Congresses. This is a simple amendment, and it's a step in that direction. And I would encourage colleagues on both sides of the dais to support this amendment. I yield back to the chairman.
Thank the gentleman.
Mr. Chair, I insist on a point of order.
And who's that person that rose her hand and behind you that raised? I can't even tell if it's a little girl or boy from here. Raised his hand and also insisted on the point of order. You didn't even notice. Who is it?
It's my grandson.
Your grandson. See, he's also insisting on the point of order. All right. Anyway, did you want to state your point of order, Madam Vice Chair? I can't hear you. I think you're unmuted. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's
The
all right.
amendment violates the germaneness requirement of Rule 16, Clause 7. The amendment is not germane because the amendment introduces a new subject to the text proposed to be amended. The subject of the introduced bill is FTC equitable relief. The subject to the amendment extends beyond FTC equitable relief. Therefore, I urge the chair to sustain the point of order.
Thank you, and the chair is prepared.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I mean, your opening statement, you talked about we want to keep the fraudsters and crooks out of people's hair during this pandemic. You don't want to give them a new lane in which to operate, which is what I'm trying to.
Problem here, Dr. Burgess, is germaneness. I understand the substance of what you're saying, but the issue is germaneness. That the gentleman from Texas has raised the gentlewoman from Illinois has raised a point of order that the gentleman from Texas's amendment is not germane because it introduces a new subject to the text proposed to be amended. And the chair finds that the subject matter of the amendment is FTC equitable relief. The subject matter of the amendment is broader than the FTC equitable relief, and as such, the amendment is not germane. And for that reason, the point of order is sustained. Are there any other amendments to the aims? If not, we're going to go to the aims. And we'll proceed to a vote on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This is the Cardenas amendment in the nature of a substitute to his original bill. All those in favor of the Cardenas amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2668 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And all those opposed will say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
No.
Okay. So now the amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2668 is agreed to. So now we're going to go to the reporting the bill. Oh, was there a request for a roll call on the aims? I didn't see it. No. Okay. So now we're going to go to the bill itself and reporting the bill favorably to the House. The question now occurs on favorably reporting HR 2668 as amended to the House. All those in favor of reporting HR 2668 as amended to the House will signify by saying aye.
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 And all those opposed will signify by saying no.
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 And I would request a recorded vote.
Who has requested the recorded vote? The ranking member. Okay. So we'll go to a recorded vote. A recorded vote is ordered. Those in favor of reporting HR 2668 as amended to the House will say aye. Those opposed will say no, and the clerk shall call.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes aye.
Mr. Rush votes aye. Ms. Eschew.
Eschew votes aye.
Ms. Eschew votes aye. Yes.
DeGette votes aye.
Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle votes aye.
Mr. Doyle votes aye. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes aye.
Ms. Schakowsky votes aye. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes aye.
Mr. Butterfield, aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes aye.
Ms. Castor votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes aye.
Mr. Sarbanes votes aye. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes aye.
Mr. McNerney votes aye. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes aye.
Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko from New York votes aye.
Mr. Tonko votes aye. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark from New York votes aye.
Ms. Clark votes aye. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader from Oregon votes aye.
Mr. Schrader votes aye. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas votes aye.
Mr. Cardenas votes aye. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz from California votes aye.
Mr. Ruiz votes aye. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes aye.
Mr. Peters votes aye. Mrs. Dingle. Votes aye. Mrs. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Veazey.
Aye.
Mr. Veazey votes aye. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes aye.
Ms. Custer votes aye. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes aye.
Ms. Kelly votes aye. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes aye.
Ms. Barragan votes aye. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester from Delaware votes aye.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes aye.
Mr. Soto votes aye. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes aye.
Mr. O'Halloran votes aye. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes aye.
Ms. Rice votes aye. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes aye.
Ms. Craig votes aye. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes aye.
Ms. Schreier votes aye. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes aye.
Ms. Trahan votes aye. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes aye.
Ms. Fletcher votes aye. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes no.
Mrs. Rogers votes no. Mr. Upton.
Mr. Upton votes no.
Mr. Upton votes no. Mr. Burgess.
Votes no.
Mr. Burgess votes no. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes no.
Mr. Scalise votes no. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes no.
Mr. Latta votes no. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes no.
Mr. Guthrie votes no. Mr. McKinley. Mr. Kinzinger. Mr. Griffith.
Griffith votes no.
Mr. Griffith votes no. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes no.
Mr. Bilirakis votes no. Mr. Johnson.
Johnson votes no.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Mr. Bouchon votes no.
Mr. Bouchon votes no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson.
Mullen votes no. Mullen votes no.
Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes no.
Mr. Hudson votes no. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes
I'm sorry?
no.
Mr. Wahlberg votes no. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes no.
Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes no.
Mr. Duncan votes no. Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Palmer votes no.
Mr. Palmer votes no. Mr. Dunn. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes no.
Mr. Curtis votes no. Miss Lesko.
Lesko votes no.
Miss Lesko votes no. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes no.
Mr. Pence votes no. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes no.
Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes no.
Mr. Joyce votes no. Mr. Armstrong.
No.
Mr. Armstrong votes no. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes aye.
Chairman Pallone votes aye.
Does any member still need to record their vote? I think there were a few.
Matsui, McEachin.
Madam Clerk, you just want to go through who we missed again? I thought there were a few.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Miss Matsui is not recorded. Mr. McEachin is not recorded. Mr. McKinley is not recorded. Mr. Kinzinger is not recorded. Mr. Long is not recorded. And Mr. Dunn is not recorded.
Some of those were here before, but I guess they're not. No one else seeks to be recorded. The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the yeas were 30 and the nays were 22.
Okay, so the vote is 30 ayes to 22 nays. HR 2668 as amended is reported to the House. Before we, does someone have a question?
It's Mrs. Rogers here.
Yes, go ahead. Did you want
Mr. Chairman, I asked for 2 days to submit additional views on the legislation considered by the committee today.
Thank you. So ordered.
Thank you.
And I just wanted to submit some documents, ask unanimous consent to submit the following documents for the record. A letter from businesses supporting methane limits, a letter from Equinor, a letter from BP, document outlining CDC guidelines, and a letter from Oxy Occidental. Without objection, so ordered. And then without objection, the staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the bills consistent with the actions taken by the committee today. I just wanted to thank everyone. I mean, I know that this.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Rush.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion of personal privilege. I want to just take a moment, if you don't mind.
Yes, what is your motion again?
Personal privilege, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, what is it? Sure.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I don't know, I just want to congratulate my friend from the great state of Michigan, and the ranking member of of the Energy and Power Subcommittee, Mr. Upton. Mr. Chairman, I don't know if members of the committee are aware of this, but last year there's a town in Mr. Upton's district was voted the nicest small town in America.
Oh.
By Reader's Digest. And I know about it because I have a long home in that town, and I was astounded to know, to find out that it had been voted by Reader's Digest as the smallest, as the nicest small town in America. So I just wanted to congratulate my friend Fred Upton for being a representative of Buchanan, Michigan, America's nicest small town. So congratulations, Fred.
All right, congratulations. Does that reflect Fred that he's
Well, he was elected from the constituents there, and so he must represent his district.
It must be right. He must be represented because he's nice too.
Yes, yes.
All right. Well, let me thank everybody for participating. See, I know that some of the bills were controversial, but I think we, work together as best we can when we disagree. So with that, I want to thank the ranking member and also the subcommittee chairs and ranking members and all the members and staff for helping us with this markup today. And I do have a gavel, so without further ado, this committee stands adjourned.
Thank you, everybody. Congratulations. Good work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good job, Frank. Good job.
Frank, good job.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.